Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Sorry that my hair looks crazy. Sorry that I don't have double monitors. Sorry that I don't have a Bob Ross wig, at least not yet. I promise you. It's going to be just like the red beard, you know, the red beard. I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And then it took like an extra 3 weeks, and then eventually it was done. That is, that's basically what's going to happen with the monitors. I promise you I will get it done. I'm just prioritizing projects as they come along. And I needed to get ammunition so I could test my bolter, and ammunition so I could test my Halo Magnum before I moved into the. Wow, that's off by like a millimeter. That's really annoying. Before I move into the tech investment, but I promise I'll do the tech investment. I'll get the vertical monitor, the monitor setup, and all that jazz. I'll get a Bob Ross wig. Where's all the money going? Plastic crack. Unfortunately, I'm not buying any new Warhammer models. I'm not buying any more paint before I did anything else. I have probably like another 500 points of Imperial Guard I would need to paint. So I'm not buying anything else Warhammer related until I actually find the time and energy to paint my Imperial Guard. So what I was thinking about, we're getting some Primo content today. Damn. You know what was happening, Sin Patty? And you know what was happening, Christian Blairs? I'm actually expecting today to kind of be a reduced metric day because I want to change up and I want to do something else. Hi, Patriarch. So what I was thinking is we've done Destiny traffic helicopter stuff recently. And if I pull it up again, half the chat is going to be like, yeah, let's get into the drama. And then half of the chat is going to be like, oh no, more Destiny stuff. Hey. And then if we do Andrew Wilson, then pretty much all the chat's going to be like, oh, Andrew Wilson sucks. He doesn't argue right. God, this dude blows. Ugh. So like, it seems like everybody kind of needs a little bit of a psychological breather from the current state of the debate scene, because the debate scene is a little stagnant. It's a little stagnant. It's Christian nationalism. It's Trump sweeping. It's the same half a dozen to a dozen MAGA defenders and Trump deriders. And then it's the same like liberal degenerates who are split between liberal and progressive sentiment. And they don't know whether or not they should go further left to win or if they should go more moderate to win. Obviously, I would prefer it if they went more moderate to win, but that doesn't mean that that's the right choice. And that doesn't mean that that's the right choice for their coalition. So just because I have a preference about which direction they go doesn't mean that it's the correct decision. So realistically, we could just like argue the same thing over and over again and watch it over and over again. Or one of the interesting things that I realized, one of the things that I think that Nick Fuentes does that's really interesting is he does a like 2-hour extemporaneous rant. I'm sure he has an outline. He's probably more prepared than I am at the moment, but he just talks for like 2 hours, 3 hours. He's just off the dome. He's reacting to chat. He's narrativizing a current event. He has an outline. He talks for like an hour straight. And I think that's impressive. Like that is an impressive way to do things. So I figured while we're in the beginning of our YouTube or streaming career, we could kind of do the same thing. Why not? Just take a stab at a different style of content. If it's awesome and people like it and they support it, then we'll do more of it. If it's kind of floundering and weird, then we'll just go back to the React Andy shit. But, you know, I figured this way, we would kind of push back the psychic damage, at least for a few hours. I don't know if I'll be, yapping for the full 5 hours, but we'll push back the psychic damage to the afternoon at least, and then we can just try a different style of content. And no, if it works, awesome. If it doesn't work, then it is what it is. First T says, it's not really crazy for your chat to ask you if you actually live your principles, is it? No. Christian Lara says, I think you covered pretty much everything. If you want the drama, the only person I think you could react to is food shops, which you ain't doing. It's not a question of whether or not I would react to food shops content, but if it was like interpersonal beef, if it was between me and her, then I would just call her and we could just argue about shit. And then if it's like her coverage of another event, I would probably just watch the event and then do my own coverage. I probably wouldn't watch the event through her coverage. WikiDictron says moderates are bad, extremist liberals all the way. True. There you go. Yeah, I was thinking like the coalition needs to be like pissed off liberals and pissed off conservatarians. That's who it needs to be. Dank Jesus says, I heard you something about being Irish. I can in an Irish pub while I listen to you every day. Just thought it would be interesting. Lol. Yeah, well, I'm ethno-religiously Irish. My mom's side is arguably half Irish, quarter English, quarter Pennsylvania Dutch, which is German, but there's supposed to be like some Czech in there, some Czechoslovakian in there. And then my dad's side is like Irish, just like pure blooded Irish. So I would say I'm a Euro mutt just like everybody else, but I'm like 75 to 80% Irish. And then I don't know, like 10 to 15% German and 10 to 15% English. So we don't really know. We kind of did the 23andMe thing, and it was just like, yeah, vaguely Northern European. But as far as the people who are that we know, as far as the people that we know of, that's where they came from. Jenik says, good morning. I hope everyone watched Trump's full interview from last night. Ooh, maybe we'll add that to the content to cover. Can you tell us more about it, Jen? Christian Blair says, her coverage of your response to Stephen and Empath Chan drama. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm right, she's wrong. Okay. Listen, Food Shops has taken a public position of she will sweep for destiny because she thinks that nobody is doing it in the space, and that she is acting as a defense lawyer where she will steelman Stephen's position constantly, even if she personally thinks he's wrong. But she's serving like a Twitch and YouTube politics ecological service, right? She will actually forego maybe her own personal criticisms of Stephen in order to make sure that the best representation of Stephen is represented within the space. I've heard her say that. So I wouldn't trust her as a, like unbiased Stephen defender. She's just taking a position within the show, within the ecology, within the biome of Twitch and YouTube politics. Delvionian says, good morning, y'all. Glad we are moving on to something with more substance. Well, we'll see. I think it'll be fun. I wish we could watch infantry videos and break down the combat footage. Yeah. Maybe we should move to Kick for that. That would be fun. Maybe as a part of Valor Reacts or as standalone, doing some like combat footage breakdowns, because I think the problem with doing it live stream is YouTube has a really tough AI mod that seems to, whenever you're watching any kind of gun content, because there's the potential for actual like graphic violence, the AI seems to not like that, and it will shut down a show for that. And then number two, if you're showing like range AI videos, I think that they don't want anybody to be live on a gun range. And so as a result, the AI shuts that down as well. So we can't really do that as a live stream on YouTube or Twitch. So maybe we could do it on a different platform like Kick, but then we would need to turn it into VODs for the sake of monetization. So Gen X says, he said he pardoned someone he never heard of. Yeah, the Bitcoin, the Binance guy. They aired only 25 minutes, which is part of what he sued them for Kamala. He said he will make Bibi agree to a Palestinian state. It's jam-packed with stuff. Well, maybe that's what we'll react to in the afternoon. Butter123 says, good morning, Girl Hotness. I went to the gym and days this past week. I did do back and biceps and shoulders yesterday. I tried Arnold presses, which is really hard. Yeah, Arnold's are tough. And then, Deadly Zero, or Zebra, excuse me, says Kick allows the range streams and YouTube allows the VODs. Yeah, we could do that. We're not set up to do that today, but we could do that in general. But what I want to do, which might be a little bit weird, but I think it could be fun, is I basically just want to walk you guys through my Marine Corps experience, field questions in reference to my experience, kind of, get into nitty gritty about boot camp and nitty gritty about combat school and nitty gritty about deployment and nitty gritty about Japan and nitty gritty about California and nitty gritty about like PTSD and the psychological after effects of the war and kind of getting back into college. And I kind of want to do an extemporaneous rant on that and then just respond to chat as we're going through it. And then Deadly Zebra says, got to bring out the Marine Corps topics the day after the Marine Corps drops their birthday video. Well, I mean, yeah. And then November 10th, 1775 is, the born in a bar is part of the Marine Corps memes. So I figured worst case scenario, it'll be an interesting conversation. And worst case scenario, it'll be a content dud and we'll call it a day. Christian Lair says, how many pull-ups do you do? Hope you didn't have to go to fat camp. I did not have to go to fat camp. And I'll tell that as a part of the story because that is a funny detail. So unless you guys have like anything crazy, I would probably get into it. Dank Jesus says, Trump seems to know nothing about so many things. I'm pretty sure that he's senile. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Somebody posted on, there was an interview with Gavin Newsom where they were like, oh, well, you were supporting Joe Biden even though he was senile. And Gavin Newsom was like, yeah, well, I wanted to make sure that Trump wasn't president. So even if Biden was a flawed candidate, I was still going to support him no matter what. And then somebody quote tweeted that story and they were like, oh, so you knew he was senile, but you swept for him anyways. And I was like, dude, an actual dead person would be better than Trump. Like if I went to downtown Orlando and I killed a homeless person and I duct taped him to a pallet jack so he was standing around, and then if I walked his rotting corpse through the White House, and if press conferences were this homeless guy's rotting corpse just hanging out in front of the journalists, and then if like he just attended cabinet meetings as a rotting corpse, Orlando homeless guy would be a better president than Donald Trump. Like a actual dead, rotting homeless person would be better than Donald Trump because he at least wouldn't make stupid decisions. He would just defer to his cabinet and allow his cabinet to execute the business of the state. So I think MAGA, they get really insulted that you think that a corpse would rule or govern the country better than Donald Trump. But I genuinely think that. Like, I actually think that if I went to downtown Orlando, shot a homeless guy, duct taped him to a pallet jack, walked him up to Washington, D.C., and said, this is the new president of the United States, I actually think most things would get better within a matter of months. I actually think the United States would do substantively better, like within 60 days. So, murdered homeless guy, 2026. Let's replace Donald Trump in 2026 with a murdered homeless guy, and I think he would do well. I did my 22 in boot. My arm was killing me from all the shots. Oh, classic. Getting vaccinated. That was an interesting one. Bob Smith says, do you go drinking with your buddies on the Marine Corps birthday? I know one of my buddies is a former Marine who does that. Not really. Not really. So, all right. Then Sacred Snow says, for real, literally everyone argued that before Kamala became the candidate. My line was, because he's senile or not, I'd take weekend at Bernie's over Trump. I mean, people are insulted that you would actually take a corpse and let it rule the country. But I mean, arguably, I'm not kidding about it. Would you be upset that they covered up having a brain dead leader? Yeah. I mean, I do think that we should homeless corpse 2026 is not the ideal, right? Like having an actual senile person is not great for the country. Senile Biden, senile Trump, or dead homeless guy, we should probably have a higher bar for the president of the United States between two senile guys and an actual corpse. So, would you be upset that I covered it up? Yes. I don't usually drink for birthdays, only in remembrance. True. I think they've been let Bernie go for 4 years and not even admitted he was gone in the head. Yeah. I'm sure if Bernie Sanders was president, if that's what you're saying, if you're saying that Bernie Sanders, they would have swept for him if he had gone senile, if he had won. Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's get into it. It's going to be an extemporaneous rant. I'm going to be going off of memory as best I can. I will try to eliminate as many filler words as I can, and I will be pausing intermittently in order to engage with chat. But I just want to give this a shot, okay? If this is cool content, if we what I'm expecting is, because I put war stories, Marine Corps, and PTSD instead of Andrew Wilson destroys feminists, I would expect that normally we're probably around 50 right now. And then, normally we get between like 100 and 130 in the morning. I think because I'm changing the style of content and doing an extemporaneous rant, if we break 50 and we have 50 people hang out, then I would be happy with that. Okay. And then we'll change up for the afternoon and we'll do some debate content. I just want to try something. I just want to try something while we're small. Okay. And the truth is the content might be better. So I want to do it. Sacred Snow says, I don't care if they insulted by Weekend at Bernie's or not. I'm sorry you're too ignorant to recognize why I'm willing to vote for that. True. Filler words, I hear more than 5 likes. Your new name is Pixie. True. Hi, conservative liberalism. Good to see you. All right, so let's get it cracking. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. Today, we're going to be talking about the Marine Corps veteran part, because I feel like it could be fun to go on a little biographical rampage about my history. So, starting kind of from the beginning, my parents are pacifist Christians. Okay. They grew up during the Vietnam era. They're yuppies, meaning that they're young urban professionals, but they started out as Christ freaks from the 60s and 70s. They were born in the mid 50s. And so my dad missed the Vietnam draft by 2 years, but their entire generation lost around 50,000 young men to the jungles of Southeast Asia. And I think they've been propagandized for the past 30 to 50 years. Number one, to think that war is hell. And number two, to think that the Vietnam War was a mistake. And I don't necessarily agree with that, but let's get into that later. However, despite my parents being pacifistic and being Christian freaks who were hippies in their teenage years and then Reaganite young urban professionals in adulthood, they still believed in America. They still believed in American power. They still believed in destroying the Soviet Union through economic and military competition. They still believed in the World War II generation. And if there was ever a moral fight, arguably World War II was the moral fight. And that's because the United States didn't start the fight. Nazi Germany was a almost like Saturday morning cartoon level of evil, as was Imperial Japan. And so while war is a horror, and my parents don't like war, don't want young men volunteering to go die overseas, they still valorized the military service of the World War II generation, and they still valorized the service of their parents, because both of their parents were World War II veterans. And so I took a lot of pride in my youth, because I didn't really identify with the pacifism of my parents. I identified a lot with the service of my grandparents. I was proud that my father on my mother's side was a B-17 navigator who had served in Europe. And I was proud of the fact that my father's father was a naval engineer in World War II. Now, apparently he didn't see any action. He just island hopped behind the Marines and built bases with bulldozers and filled up sandbags and all that kind of stuff. But, I'm still proud of his service, because guess what? Volunteering during wartime or getting drafted during wartime in order to serve in a war that kills hundreds of thousands of people, I'm sure that's terrifying. And I didn't really know my mother's father very well, because there's a strained relationship on that side, but we got to know each other when he was passing from cancer. We traded a bunch of emails. I was actually in Iraq while he was dying. And I kind of asked him about the psychology of the World War II veterans. And I was like, man, you were in a B-17 flying bombing runs over Germany. How was that? Like, how did you psychologically deal with the fact that you were flying into a war zone to drop bombs on Germans? And he was like, oh, well, it was actually quite easy. All I did was I sat in my seat, I bent over, and I kissed my own ass goodbye. And like, that was his response to me asking like a legitimately interesting combat psychology question. He was like, yeah, I just assumed I was dead, so fuck it. That was kind of his thing. And he was a tough guy. He was an alcoholic. He had PTSD. He separated from my grandma for a while. He actually had a girlfriend, even though he was married. But then he got back together with his wife, and they reconciled and they made their peace with what was going on. And he never really got over his PTSD. He drank a lot and he was kind of an asshole. And he was kind of, according to my mother, kind of like socially manipulative and abusive. But he was still like a really smart, a successful, intelligent, strong man, despite all of his fucked up shit. Like all of his emotional abuse, all of his emotional manipulations, all of his fucked up psychology, all of his Machiavellianism and narcissism. He was ultimately still like a pretty strong, interesting, crazy, cool guy. So, anyways, those are my grandparents. Then my parents were pacifists who were shocked by Vietnam. And then I have an uncle who served as an infantryman, and I have a cousin who served as an infantryman in the army. And so growing up, I kind of knew that there was like a struggle psychologically within my family. The struggle was between the pacifism of my parents and the military service and the pride that my family had from World War II service. And there was kind of a cognitive dissonance. Also, living in Europe, I lived in Europe when I was a kid. So from 8 to 12, I think, 3.5 years approximately, I lived in Belgium. And so we went to all the World War II battle sites. We went to the Ardennes, we went to the Battle of the Bulge, we went to Normandy, we went to Germany, we went to West Germany, we went to Berlin, we went to shit. We were obviously in Paris. So I saw all these things. I saw like Europe as a kid, and I saw all these like crazy old medieval buildings mixed in with World War II history battle sites, mixed in with abandoned castles, mixed in with, you know, a dozen different countries with a dozen different languages. And it was interesting, man. It was just like wildly interesting because from America, in American perspective, you can travel from Florida to California speaking the same language. You might bump into somebody who, you know, speaks Spanish and then you can't conversate. But realistically, we have an extreme privilege where for thousands of miles in any direction, we can travel and meet people who speak the same language and have the same culture. Whereas in Europe, what you're effectively doing is you're rubbing elbows with people who not only speak a different language, not only descend from a different medieval culture, but then also you guys probably have like historical antagonisms running back centuries or millennia where like, yeah, since World War II, everything's been chill, but stretching back centuries or millennia, you have long histories of killing each other. So Europe's kind of wild like that. But anyways, going into, you know, high school, or actually it was middle school. So I was probably 13 or 14 when 9/11 2001 kicked off. I would have been, I think, 14. So I was either 13, just about to turn 14, or I was 14. Doesn't really matter. The point is that I was a history nerd. I understood military stuff. I studied fighter jets. I love fighter jets, dude. I love fighter jets. If the way that some of you have autism and you studied like trains and shit is the way that I studied fighter jets. I fucking love fighter jets. I think they're so cool. I think it's the coolest technology in the world to take a human being, strap them to a jet engine, put just enough wingspan and fins and all that shit in order to get them in the air, and then throw them at the enemy at thousands of miles an hour to shoot missiles and drop bombs and get into gunfights at, you know, 1,000 miles an hour. My neck, my body, I could never be a fighter pilot. I would fall apart. But there was a childhood version of me that just thought like fighter jets, dogfighting, all that stuff was the coolest shit that I'd ever thought I'd ever found in my entire life. But anyways, enough of my autism. So I studied military stuff. I studied history. I studied World War II. I studied all this stuff in my free time. Like I loved all this shit. And so when 9/11 2001 kicked off, I think I cannot impress to people who were born after 9/11 or who are too young to remember 9/11 how big of a moment that was. Because what happened is, as a middle schooler, I woke up, I go to school, it's another day, you know, you're 13 or 14, so you're getting weird boners. You got pimples on your face. You think girls are cute, but you can't talk to them for shit. You know, middle school is just like a really awkward time in your life, right? And so as a middle schooler, you're kind of stuck between the innocence of childhood and the responsibilities and privileges of being an adult. And so it's a really awkward psychological phase. And so when you show up to school and then you see just the craziest shit you've ever seen in your entire life on news, it actually just like rocks your world. And you kind of have to put your entire life into the context of what's happening. So what happened was I had gym class. Okay, that was like one of my morning periods, and so basically at gym class, instead of going to work out, the gym teacher just rolled out a television with a projector screen and turned on the news. And then when he turned on the news, the First Trade Center was already on fire. So we're looking at one of the biggest buildings, I think what the biggest building in the New York City skyline. There's a giant hole in it and it's burning. And the newscasters at the time, they're just catching the live feed. There's no rules about what's going on. And so they're just like videotaping people committing suicide. I don't know if they really did that early on because I think like they were still figuring it out. But we were watching like people commit suicide for hours. For like 3 or 4 hours, we were just watching the TV of a burning building with people jumping out of the burning building because their options were burn to death. Their options were burn to death, get smoke inhaled to death, or commit suicide. Those were their options. And so we just watched people commit suicide for like 2 or 3 hours as 14-year-olds. And then what happened was a lot of people were talking about it at the time because we had no idea what's going on. And so when there was one plane, there was still this hope that it was an accident, right? The hope was that, well, one plane flying into a building, it's weird, but like maybe it was a jetliner and something went wrong with the autopilot. And it just happened that they were flying out of Manhattan and then the plane crashed into the building. And so it's just kind of a freak accident. So like maybe it's an accident, like that was kind of the hope in the beginning. But I swear to God, this could be a memory that I constructed. I have no idea if this memory is real or not. But I think you can find the footage. We were watching helicopter footage of the helicopter watching the first burning hole. And then, unless I'm creating a memory, we actually see the second plane come in and detonate live. We see the second plane come in and detonate into the side of the second tower. And at that point, we're like, boom, it's terrorism, right? It's terrorism. There's no way that you could have one plane, one jetliner crash into a building and then boom, have a second jetliner crash into a building. We know we're going to war. At that point, dude, I'm 14 and I just watched 2 jetliners crash into skyscrapers. We're going to war. And so right there's like a lot of psychology that's really interesting for middle schoolers where a lot of middle schoolers, because we were walking around the track, man, like after this, it was still gym class. So we watched people commit suicide for like 40 minutes. And then we're like, okay, this is like horrible. And we've seen like half a dozen people commit suicide. Let's go for a walk. And then we'll come back and see what's going on when we come back. And so what was interesting is walking around, I was hanging out with my friend Jake Sims at the time. And Jake Sims was kind of like, why would anyone do this? Like, why would anyone attack us? Like, what the fuck has the United States done that's so fucked up that we would deserve this? And for me, because I'm a smug asshole, I was like, we've done a lot of shit. like I was kind of a dick. I was kind of a dick, and I didn't know what I was talking about because I'm 14. But at the same time, I was like, dude, like, we fought like a pretty hardcore war against Japan and Germany. We kind of took over Western Europe and Asia for like all the ensuing decades. We fought communism up until the 1980s. Literally, when I was born was like, a year or two before the Berlin Wall fell. And I was familiar with all this history. And then also, one of the things that was super interesting to me as a kid, talking about a autistic fascination, the Persian Gulf War was a huge autistic fascination for me because the Persian Gulf War was short, relatively bloodless. Like we lost a few hundred guys on our side, but on the Iraqi side, we killed like tens of thousands of Iraqi troops. And it's because our air campaign was so sophisticated. with stealth technology, with logistics, with advanced bombers, with conventional bombers, with fighter jets, with fighter bombers. The American technological advantage within the Persian Gulf War, the 1992 Persian Gulf War, was so overwhelming that we kicked the shit out of Iraq and we got barely a scratch on us. It was actually one of the most technologically sophisticated, one of the most amazing conflicts in modern history. So I kind of knew. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was from the Middle East and North Africa. Bear in mind, I didn't know shit about Osama bin Laden at the time. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was from the Middle East and North Africa. I would not be surprised if this was from Saddam Hussein. That's what I said literally the day of. So anyways, we go to my shop class, and thank you for the gifted memberships. Let me go ahead and take a look. Let me check in with chat. Let's pause there, okay? I'm 14 years old. 9/11 2001 happened. There's a bunch of kids around me who have no idea what the fuck is going on. I don't know what's going on, but also I'm not surprised because I'm like a huge history geek. I'm a huge war geek. And so I know that fucked up shit has happened in United States history. So Christian Blair says, damn 14-year-old progressive Connor, lol. Maybe. Not sure what that's in reference to. Jack Burton says, yeah, I hate the Republicans and the Democrats. I don't even know the political affiliation of the chat. Don't know if you're back previous. We're kind of talking about something else right now, but what I would say it's half pissed off liberals, half pissed off conservatarians that don't like Trump. Jack Burton says you guys could be reasonable Democrats for all I know. I would say half of the chat is that. Christian Lair says most liberals for some cons and libertarians, 99.8% anti-Trump, and then a few Groyper MAGA. True. Grassroots Tetramon for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, King. Thanks for kicking us off. Connor, just getting started? Yes, we're just getting started. So Grassroots says, extremely cooked for work, but everyone knows you're one of the best. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for coming in and oiling. And if you got to dip out, we got to dip out. Okay. All right. Anyways, so 14 years old, 9/11, everybody's confused, everybody's scared, everybody's angry. And over the next 2 years, this is 2001, dude. So we see paratroopers dropping into Afghanistan within like months. Like within months, there was the preliminary negotiation between Bush and the Taliban, where he was like, hey, turn over Osama bin Laden, surrender, unilateral surrender, or we're coming to kill you. And the Taliban were like, well, we don't have all the evidence that Osama bin Laden did this. We don't even know if he did this. So turn over the evidence to us, and then we'll decide whether or not we're turning over Osama bin Laden to you. And at that point, we were like, fuck it, we're going in. And you got to understand, like, Americans were bloodthirsty, bro. They were bloodthirsty. They were ready for war because all of us had seen 3,000 of our countrymen die on 9/11 2001. We'd basically watched dozens or hundreds of people commit suicide over the course of a few hours. We didn't care about the geopolitical context. We knew that, basically there was no moral justification for what Osama bin Laden / Al-Qaeda had done. Therefore, these motherfuckers got to die. And so everybody, especially for Afghanistan, everybody was ready. There was not the Dixie Chicks did not protest Afghanistan. Nobody protested Afghanistan. Everybody was ready for Afghanistan. So we invade Afghanistan. I swear to God, I actually watched 75th Ranger Regiment airdropping over an airport. I don't know if that's true or not. It could be one of those memories that was lost to time. But I swear to God, in my mind's eye, I see a news story. I see like night vision from an airplane's perspective. It's either night vision or thermal. And then I see 75th Ranger Regiment parachutes dropping in on an Afghan airbase. Nobody gave a fuck about that. Everybody was ready to go to Afghanistan. So what ends up happening is we invade Afghanistan and we're kind of sitting there for a while and we're hunting down Al-Qaeda. There's the Battle of Tora Bora. There's this American guy who gets kidnapped. No, not kidnapped. He's captured. It was an American who fought for the Taliban. He converted to Islam. He fought for the Taliban. He got not kidnapped. He got captured during a firefight. And then we had this like huge legal moral quandary with he's an American citizen. He technically didn't renounce his citizenship, but he was an enemy combatant and now he's a prisoner of war. what do we do with this guy? I think his last name was Lind, Lindh. And so we find Lind, and that's like a huge moral quandary. I think we start up Guantanamo Bay at that time where we're like, these guys aren't enemy combatant. They're enemy combatants, but they're not soldiers. They're not uniformed. They're not fighting us from a uniformed nation. Therefore, the rules of war don't apply to them. And if we get to the higher levels of people, we can kidnap them indefinitely and keep them in Guantanamo Bay, because while Guantanamo Bay is an American base, it's not technically United States soil. These people are not citizens, and therefore their legal status doesn't start until they hit Guantanamo Bay. And then they have a reduced legal status because they're anti-American enemy combatants who we have detained. And so that's kind of like the legal gray area that we were already discussing in the early 2000s in reference to like torturing people and shit. So all that shit was getting spun up and nobody knew what to think of it. And while this is happening, there's also domestic terror attacks that are scary. Like there's the anthrax scares where some dickhead, I think it was some guy from the CDC, he's like, hey, America's scared right now. I'm going to make them even more scared. And so he took a bunch of anthrax from the CDC. I think they think that that was the guy. He got a bunch of samples of anthrax and he started putting it in letters and he just started shipping it all across the country and randomly killing people. And then same thing with the DC Beltway sniper. There was some dickhead and his son who were driving around in Washington, DC for like 6 months. And they had a sniper rifle and they were just shooting random civilians in parking lots. Because they were jihadists who were fighting America. But the way that they fought America was they just drove around like shopping malls and shopping centers, and they just shot random civilians in the chest and head and neck and killed them. So totally wild time to be paying attention to news. Actually, like absolutely batshit insane time to be alive, basically. So you got to bear in mind, like I'm turning 16 or 17 in this world. Like I'm in the heart of the American empire. I don't understand everything geopolitically, but I do understand we're at war. My parents are trying to talk to me about college and shit, and I just can't pay attention. I can't pay attention to school. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to pay attention to like geometry or calculus or trigonometry or any of this bullshit when we're at war, man? Like we have this like huge international conflict going on. We have all these crazy moral, spiritual quandaries going on. We have all these clashes of like geopolitical bullshit. And you want me to like sit down and pay attention to random academic topics? Like, get fucked. And not only was that going on, but then also I was 16. So obviously I was interested in girls and drugs. I wanted to smoke marijuana. I wanted to drink alcohol, and I wanted to hang out with young women. And that's what I wanted to do. And my parents, as like giga Christian conservatives, they weren't down for any of that. They were not interested in me hanging out with more, with young ladies under the influence of substances. They were not interested in supporting me with that venture. So there was a lot of crazy shit going on. None of it was good, but it was interesting. And I will say the music at that time, phenomenal. The music was amazing, bro. Like maybe it's just because I was a part of that era, but the Strokes, the band The Strokes, like Reptilia, some of the music in the early thousands and mid thousands was phenomenal. And then also I fell in love with My Chemical Romance. Now I was not allowed to like My Chemical Romance. If you were an unironic emo, if you wore like eyeliner and painted your nails and had like the hair thing, going down like this, like over your eye and all that kind of stuff, people kind of thought you were like a homo, like you could find your scene, you could hang out in the scene, you would still have girls who thought you were cool, and you would still have some guys within the scene that thought you were cool. But realistically, like the rest of the school, because I went to public school and I went to private school, if you were unironically emo, everybody kind of thought you were a homo, like it was too emotional. It was too emo. So sorry, let's take a look at this. We got another one. Smoking weed is awesome. Well, it's definitely cool when you're 17. Hold on, let me take a look at this real quick. Conservatism says they weren't biologically related if memory serves. He was a father like to the kid. Oh, he was adopted. The DC Beltway sniper, somebody was saying it was an adopted thing, actually biological. Gen X says, I mean, I agree about identity politics and taking back the system from the billionaires and conglomerates who run it. Yeah, the left wing is too lefty, but that's okay. We love you anyways, Gen X. Christian Blair says the CIA killed more detainees from the cold cell technique, not waterboarding. Strip them naked, turn AC down to 50 degrees, and douse them with water every 30 minutes. Oh, yeah, dude. Some of the enhanced interrogation techniques were absolutely torture. Calling it anything but torture is cope. Jack Burton says, I'm starting to think the CIA TPUSA is a military op. Maybe. My father died my last year at Georgia, but still finished my matters in physics and got into physics PhD program. Well, you're better than me. Smoking weed is awesome. Good on you, bud. 07. Damn Rebel Connor. I miss him already. True. It's just Obby for 5. Thank you for the super chat. I watched a video the other day about how the Marines were still using 1911s up until 2016 or something. Were you training on this pistol back then? No, I was too much of a poke. We'll get there, though. I promise. Paul said, teacher, pay attention, Connor. And I took that personally, unironically. Oh, yeah. Blink 182, man. Adam's song. Just like a quick cultural touchstone, okay? I'm feeling this where a bunch of Catholic schoolgirls are like making out with Catholic school boys in a prison. Blink 182 Adam's song. There was a kid who committed suicide who put Adam's song on repeat over and over again. So Blink 182 got blamed for causing a suicide. I'm trying to think of what else. In Too Deep by Sum 41. Sum 41 was thrown out bangers back then. Dude, there was so much good music. There was so like being a edgy, upset, angry teenage boy in the thousands. Like the pop culture was just like it was just designed to suck you in. It was perfect. And then I forget whatever the I forget the one song, but there was it All the Small Things? I forget, but there was like a music video from Blink 182 where Britney Spears and NSYNC and 98 Degrees and all those like boy bands and girl bands and pop singers, those were huge too at the time. And so Blink 182 did a sarcastic music video where I think it was All the Small Things, and they played the song like normal, but then they did the aesthetic of the boy band. And so they were like doing like a choreographed dance and like, but they were they were singing a punk pop song. Punk pop songs in the thousands was fucking fire. So Starhawk says there was a study done where every generation believes culture, including music, peaked when they were in their teens. Well, every other culture is wrong, and I am correct. Thousands pop culture was actually dope. So Soundgarden, metal, Blink 182 is not punk. It's pop punk. Relax. Okay? All you fucking music snobs, just enjoy music, bro. Just enjoy music, man. If it hits your ear and Linkin Park was amazing. You know, Linkin Park was so popular that it became popular to hate on Linkin Park, but Linkin Park's popularity overwhelmed the criticism of Linkin Park. And then it kind of became less cool to like Linkin Park. And then it became cool again to like Linkin Park. So, yeah, there was shitloads of amazing Offspring. Dude, yeah, the music back then was insane. Again, I agree. I'm being sarcastic. Whoever said, hey, every generation thinks that their generation's music is the best, I understand. I'm just saying that there's legitimately a lot of really good music from the thousands. Okay? Legitimately. So anyways, I'm interested, Teenage Connor. I'm interested in doing drugs. I'm interested in smoking pot. I'm interested in drinking alcohol. I'm interested in hanging out with young women. I am not interested in school. And so as a result, I still test really well because I'm a pretty smart guy. I've touted it before. I was tested for the gifted program and IB program, and I got a 132. If I had to guess right now, I'm probably in the 120s because I think I actually took a shitload of brain damage since the time that I was tested. But I tested out pretty smart. I also was able to get like B's and C's because I never did homework. I just did the test. And typically I could pay enough attention to the schoolwork in order to get a B or a C in the class. But I'm not doing homework. I'm not going to get done with school for 7 hours and then spend another 2 to 3 hours doing schoolwork. You can go fuck yourself. And then also, basically like I would get a B or an A on the test. And so if you do no homework, which is 20% of your grade, and then if you ace all the tests, you're either like, or if you do some of your homework, let's be real, but you could get like a B or a C, right? So my grades suck. My SAT is really good. I think I got a 1280. My verbal or like English or whatever was, I think the score is out of 800. I got a 740 on my, verbal, and then I got like a 500 and something, whatever the difference is for a 1280. I got a 500 and something for my math. So my math is super mediocre. My language skills are through the fucking roof. So anyways, Grassroots for 20, thank you for the super chat. For those too young, all the Small Things music video featured a guy jumping up and down with a sign that said "Travis, I'm pregnant" written on it. The early to mid 2000s were overpowered. True, bro. The 2000s were fucking awesome. C's get degrees, true, but C's don't get you into a good college. 2000s alt rock was fire party music as well. Yes, absolutely. Save old man. Let's get to the bed now. True. Connor's hair is exceptionally long today. Maybe we can get him to grow it out to look more like Eddie Velder. Eddie who? Vedder. Maybe. I was thinking about buzzing it again, but I know that there's a couple of girls in the chat, including Gen X, and they don't like it when I cut my hair. So I have not cut it yet for you, but I do need some kind of trim. I need to clean up the sides. I need to control the top. I don't want to get rid of the top. And I want to control the beard, but we'll worry about that later. Anyways, continue. This is about the Marine Corps. It's about the Marine Corps. Okay. So anyways, I get into trouble at school. All right. So in sophomore year, I get drunk at homecoming, and the friend that I got drunk with got alcohol poisoning. And so we get caught with the booze, and I get suspended, and my parents are like, okay, you're fucking up. You're not getting good grades. Public school is too much for you. You need to go to private school. So they sent me to a Catholic private school. I don't know whose idea it was to send a 16-year-old me to hang out with 16-year-old girls in Catholic schoolgirl uniforms. It was not a good idea. It was not a good idea. There was less drugs, less alcohol at the Catholic school. But the thing about Catholic school kids is that they're sneakier because they have to maintain their public reputation of being a good Catholic and a good Christian while simultaneously doing drugs and sneaking around and doing stuff on the back end. So yes, there's less drugs and there's less alcohol, but Catholic school kids are infinitely more sneaky than public school kids, because public school kids are just degenerate and they tell you to go fuck yourself. Catholic school kids are degenerate, but they sneak about it. They're really sneaky. So anyways, I was not a good sneak. I was kind of telling my parents and my school administrators and everybody that, hey, listen, everybody else is doing what I'm doing. Everybody else is drinking after school. Everybody else is smoking pot after school. Everybody else is smoking cigarettes. Everybody else is hanging out with members of the opposite sex in questionable circumstances. Everybody's doing this. I'm just the only motherfucker that's not lying about it. They did not appreciate that. They wanted me to lie about it. They wanted me to sneak, and I'm just not a liar. So I just didn't sneak very well, and I got in a shitload of trouble as a result. Well, what ends up happening is in my senior year, the first semester of my senior year, I'm hanging out with my buddy, Pat. Fucking love Pat. Still friends with Pat to this day. God, I love Pat. So Pat and I used to wake and bake every single day. We would get up, we would drive to school together, we would get stoned, and we would go to school. And it was awesome because we'd be baked for like the first 2 periods. We would do what needed doing, but being high on marijuana kind of made school a little bit more fun. We were goofy, we were silly, we were, joking with the other students, we were joking with the other kids, and we were having a blast. And, realistically, if we put eye drops in, then nobody really, like, they knew we were stoned, but they didn't know we were stoned. And so we did okay, right? Like we were fine. Well, one day, God bless Pat and God bless my drug dealer who I bought this from. We bought some fire. Some fire, bro. I have no idea what it was. It wasn't chronic. It wasn't Northern Lights. It wasn't Hawaiian. It wasn't any of that shit. This was like one hitter quitter. This was like, you should take a puff of it and never smoke any of it. I have no idea what the fuck this shit was. But we ripped the bowl. And then Pat was like, and we started another bowl. And then Pat is like, hey, man, I'm ripped. Like, I don't think we should finish this bowl. And I was like, when have we never finished a bowl? And he was like, good point. Let's finish the bowl. And so we are like ripped out of our skulls, just like totally lost in the ether, giggly, munchied, the world spinning, having a good time. And it was great. And I was having like a good first 2 periods, but we didn't have any eye drops that day for whatever reason. We're lazy stoner. We're like angry, lazy stoner kids. We didn't have any eye drops. And so people are walking up to me as I'm getting breakfast and they're like, hey man, you are ripped and you smell like it. You need to like go chill out. You need to go find some eye drops and you need to chill out. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm having a good time. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine. And then Pat is like so ripped that he gets caught. So like an administrator is like, bro, you are lost. Come with me to the dean's office. And so he tells him that he was hanging out with me and my car is parked off campus. And so the Catholic church or the Catholic school is like, hey man, you can let us search your car. And if there's nothing in it, and if you pass a drug test, then we'll let you stay. But otherwise, you need to leave the school. Like you're not expelled, but you either need to withdraw or we're going to dig into this and we're going to jack your shit up. And so I kind of told them, like, my car's off campus. You don't have a warrant. You can go fuck yourself. And they had a school resource officer, by the way. They didn't have a school resource officer. They had a military veteran who was an administrator who called one of his cop friends and brought his cop friend to the school. And I was kind of like, you need a warrant, go fuck yourself. And so my parents come to the school and they are pissed. They are furious. They can't believe how big of a fuck up I am. And I didn't even think that I was being that crazy. But they're like, can't believe you got caught smoking pot with your dumbass friend. Can't believe you're getting kicked out of this school that's so expensive. Can't believe that you couldn't get your shit together. You're an asshole, right? That's kind of the vibes. I'm sure my parents remember it differently, but that was kind of the vibes. And so, but I'm like, well, I'm not volunteering to have the cops find my misdemeanor quantity of marijuana in glass pipe. I'm not going to jail just because you guys are mad at me. You can go fuck yourselves. And so my parents are like, you know what? That's right. You probably shouldn't go to jail. So Catholic school, you can go fuck yourself. We'll withdraw him. Let's figure it out. So they withdraw me and they basically say like, hey, you fucked up. You fucked up bad. You went to public school. You got caught drinking alcohol. You got caught trying to hang out with girls. Your grades suck. You're not applying to schools. And we sent you to this Catholic school in order for you to fix your shit. But you fucked up even worse. You're kind of on your own because I was like 17 at the time. They were like, you're 1 year out from being an adult. We tried to help you. We tried to help you figure it out. You're on your own. You got to figure it out. And bear in mind, like I'm communicating this in a very like sober, sane tone. That was not the way that they communicated to me. They were angry, right? So I think my 18th birthday was in November, and I was probably maybe 2 or 3 months before that. And I was like, okay, I'm working a job as a pizza dishwasher. I can go to community college. I could get my high school diploma or GED and go to community college. I could smoke weed and hang out and drink in community college. And then I had a very pretty girlfriend at the time. I had a pretty girlfriend before her. It was a toxic relationship. We broke up. I was an asshole. I was a terrible boyfriend. I should own that. With my second girlfriend, I would say we were both super toxic. She was a very pretty gal. And we were in puppy love. But I basically knew that she had her shit together. She was like 1 year behind me. She was a junior. I knew what was going to happen. I could see the math. Okay. I could see the math in my head. The math in my head was, if I don't become a man, if I don't work out, if I smoke pot, if I drink alcohol, if I remain a stunted child and I stay with my very pretty girlfriend, what's going to happen is, because she's not a fuck up and she's getting good grades and she's very smart, she's going to stay in high school for another year. I'll be the loser 18-year-old boyfriend she was like only 6 months younger than me. So she would have been 17 or 18. So like there wouldn't have been any like Romeo and Juliet problems, but like I would be the loser community college boyfriend with a high school girlfriend. And then she would get into a good school. She would go to that good school. And then let's face it, long distance is the wrong distance. Eventually, let's be real, she would probably fuck up, hook up with somebody else. I would be pissed. My heart would be broken. I didn't want to deal with that. Right. So I was like, this is high school puppy love. It's not going to work out. I got to make some moves. Life is coming at me fast. Even if it hurts, I got to make some moves. And so that's kind of my thought process at the time. And so my grandpa, of all people, is like my grandpa, who didn't pay attention to me at all when I was coming up as a teenager. He kind of gets on his fucking high horse and he's visiting in town and he's like, hey, you're a fuck up and you fucked up your life and you fucked up your school and you disappointed your parents and you didn't get good grades and you didn't get into a good college. And so now what the fuck are you going to do? And I was like, realistically, I don't know. That was kind of my response. Like I was pissed that he was kind of big dogging me, but at the same, I was like, who the fuck are you? I haven't seen you in like 5 years. Go fuck yourself. But he was like, when people do this kind of crap, you know what they do? They go into the military. And he was the CB guy. He was the naval engineer guy. And so I was like, 9/11 just happened. This was a huge historical event. I kind of need to know these things. Like I need to know what violence is. I need to know what death is. I need to know what what is the spirit of the human condition under the pressure of war. Like I watch all these movies. Like I watched Black Hawk Down and Gladiator. Oh my God, Gladiator was so good. I watched Black Hawk Down. I watched Gladiator. I watched Independence Day, which is a silly movie. It's not a real war movie. It's a science fiction movie fighting aliens, but it was awesome. I think I'd seen Full Metal Jacket at that point. I'd seen all these crazy cool, a Memphis Belle, Saving Private Ryan. There were all these awesome war movies that had come out during my childhood, but Kelly's Heroes. That was another huge movie that I watched all the time. There were all these crazy movies and crazy TV shows about like military and war service. And I was obsessed with it anyways. So I was like, why not? Why not? Like 9/11, 2001, bear in mind, this is like 2006 at this point is when I'm graduating high school. But I was like, the war on terror is still going on. I feel compelled to be a part of history. I'm obsessed with this topic anyways. Why wouldn't I go into the military? Right? So I'll tell Iraq when I'm getting ready to deploy for Iraq. I'll tell the story of Iraq when I get ready to deploy. But anyways, so I go to the military recruitment center. My dad drives me, and there's 3 recruiters there. There's the Air Force recruiter, there's the Army recruiters, and there's the Marine Corps recruiters. And realistically, whoever talked to me first, I probably would have gone in the branch. If an airman had come to me and been like, hey, you can get like kick-ass benefits. We employ our guys. We have the highest amount of females. We educate our people to a super high degree. The physical training is not as hard. You should be an Air Force guy. Well, my grandpa was Army Air Corps, I probably would have ended up in the Air Force. Then same thing with the Army. The Army at the time was giving crazy enlistment bonuses. They were giving like 50 grand, 80 grand, 100 grand. Like you get 6 months into the Army, you could get like a 50 grand enlistment bonus or 100 grand enlistment bonus, depending on which job you picked. Now, I probably wasn't going to be an infantryman. I probably was not going to be explosive ordnance disposal, but I could have been like motor T mech, intel. I could have been any of that shit in the Army. And that was kind of the sales pitch with the Army at the time was like, we have crazy enlistment bonuses. But I was thinking to myself, it's like the crazy enlistment bonuses must be because there's something fucking wrong with the Army, right? like if your sales pitch is, I'm going to pay you a shitload of cash, maybe there's something wrong with the product that you're selling. You know, I was kind of thinking that there was something off about the Army recruitment strategy. And then, but I met the Marine Corps guy first, and I saw the Air Force guys and the Army guys in the smoke pit. And the Air Force guy looked like a twig, man. He had like no muscle definition, no muscle whatsoever. And then the Army guys had beer bellies. And I was thinking to myself, it's like, we're in a fucking shooting war right now. There are hundreds of thousands of Americans downrange, engaged in violence on the daily. And you're back here smoking cigarettes and being fat. Why the fuck would I join you if I wanted a military experience? And then the Marine Corps recruiter got me. Staff Sergeant McCaskill. Still remember his name. Still, I hate him and respect him simultaneously. Staff Sergeant McCaskill was the perfect guy for me to meet, okay, to get recruited into the Marine Corps. He was 24 years old. He was black. He was handsome. He wore his dress blues. He wore his camis well. He was a PT stud. He was a logistics guy. So what he did is he worked on the amphibious naval ships that launched seaborne invasions. And it was his job to manage all of the vehicles and equipment that went off of the ship during an amphibious assault, and manage it all returning to the ship during an amphibious assault. And while I was kind of like, okay, well, that's not like hardcore, like military shit, I could see how he was like describing his job and how complex and crazy it was. And I was like, damn, that's kind of badass. Like logistics is kind of like boring. It's not front of the line, killing shit. But I don't even know if I want to kill people anyways, because I'm kind of a pussy and I was raised by pacifist parents. So maybe I need a logistics job, right? And Staff Sergeant McCaskill was like, perfect to recruit me. And then, of course, Staff Sergeant McCaskill sells me on, you're going to go overseas. You're going to go to Japan. There's going to be all these Japanese girls. They're going to want you, oh, you got your girlfriend and you're worried about breaking up with her. Don't worry about that. Plenty of women are going to be interested in you because you'll have your dress blues and you'll be in shape and this, that, the other, and you'll travel the world and you'll get drunk with your boys and it's awesome and blah, 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 blah. He was laying it on thick. Not just for the military adventure, for the experience and getting a job and getting a creed and getting all this kind of stuff. He was also laying it on thick as far as like, let's just call it like social sexual adventurism. He was laying it on thick in those regards. So that I was like, you know what? Fuck it. That's like perfect. That's perfect. And let me pause there and let me engage with chat real quick just to make sure that I catch up with everybody. So I know that this is more of like a different stream. We're not really doing the same content as usual. But if you're having a good time, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And I parasocially love you and thank you for hanging out. And thank you to Grassroots for gifting 20 memberships. Thank you to Grassroots for a $20 super chat. And thank you to It's Just Avi for a $5 super chat. I parasocially love you. Gen X says Connor was going to marry her and fuck it up and get divorced. Yep. That's what I saw that, Gen X. I saw not only because realistically I could have enlisted and married her too. I saw staying in community college and then us cheating on each other. Realistically, she would have cheated on me. And then us having like a horrible breakup, or me enlisting and getting married. And then I'm deployed for 7 months. And she was a hot commodity. So probably would have had some cheating there. And then we would have had kids and gotten divorced and all that kind of shit. So I hate to be like so cold and pragmatic about it. Obviously, like I had real feelings, like very deep feelings for this relationship. But as far as like what I saw in my future, it was get married or it was date and go to community college and have a long distance relationship, at which point we break up and it all ends in tears. It's get married and join the Marine Corps, at which point we're going to get divorced by 22. Maybe we have kids, maybe we don't. There's going to be infidelity involved, and that's going to ruin both of our lives. Or it's break up, and go on my own adventure. And I hate to say that I did choose the third option despite my pretty deep emotions about this relationship, but I did choose the third option. Bud123 says, I never did pot or do drugs other than coffee, and I tried alcohol. Yeah, that's pretty normal. Jack Burton says, yeah, I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? Classic. 3 kids before 22 makes a man out of you. I mean, that's true. I have a friend like that, but my friend is also divorced. Jack Burton says, I can assure you, if your intentions are good, you can block your kids from tons of generational trauma and they will turn out just fine. We'll see. We'll see. Ashimaste Batusai says, there was a time when I thought my grandpa threw away all my magic cards, but then found out he put them in his basement. Based. Platoon was classic, true. Wicked says, the more knowledge we gain from, the more likely we lose empathy, and wisdom is not gained through knowledge. Interesting. Back when a kid could drive the West Coast following the Dead, Calapasa, Dave Matthews tours and make $100,000. Yep. My dad would be more upset if I was drunk somewhere else and never came home if I called for a ride. That was not my situation. My parents did not support any chemical consumption whatsoever. Jack Burton says, I have brain damage from an autoimmune disease. I need CBT to sleep. Okay. I scored high enough on the ASVAB to get into the Air Force, but I had too many tattoos. Well, should have joined the Marine Corps. Jack Burton says, you don't have to get high to get medical benefits from TEM. True. Uncle Fatty says, you were more of an Iron Eagle guy. True. Top Gun, weren't you? And we wonder how the Bush League if took a budget surplus and blew it. Yeah. Beck says, lol, when I went to the recruiting office, all the other branches were out for some reason, so the Marine Corps recruiter got his hooks into me. Same though, first person talk. Yep. They sell you they sell you on the social sexual adventurism along with the professional development and personal development. Batasui says, I remember the old dad actor from 50 First Dates talking about when he went to Vietnam, they got off the choppers and heard gunfire. They were like, someone better be careful or someone will get hurt. True. God has a hard on for Marines because they kill everything they see. Dude, Full Metal Jacket was so amazing. So, all right. Anyways, you guys are typing out some schizo shit, so I'm going to go back into the story. All right. Back into it. So anyways, I know that breaking up with my girlfriend is going to be tough. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to boot camp first. I'm going to see if I even make it through boot camp. And then we'll do it. And I thought I was the shit because I did like 12 pull-ups. But guess what? When you're in the recruit depot, you're supposed to go all the way down and all the way up and lock out. Okay. You're supposed to lock out your arm to the maximum. Realistically, though, if you get down here, they'll let you slide with it. But at the Marine Corps recruit depot, they're letting you get in like these. You know what I'm saying? They're just letting you do this over and over again, and they're counting the pull-ups because they're just trying to get you enlisted. Whereas at the Marine Corps, they're going to force you to lock out. So anyways, I do my initial strength test. I sign up. I enlist. I'm going to be supply admin. And the reason why is because I told him like, hey, I want a 9-to-5 job. That way I could go to college after work. And then boom, I can, in 4 years, I can have 4 years of employment history. I can have a 4-year degree, and I could be out of the Marine Corps and having a blast. And I can kick ass and take names. I can be a part of the war on terror hopefully without getting blown up. And yet I'll still have this like really cool hardcore experience that I can lean on. And my recruiter was like, bet. That sounds awesome. We need supply admin guys. Let's do this. And so they hooked me up with supply admin. And so I get that contract. And as you have to understand like the Marine Corps and the psychology of it, man. The psychology is that the Marine Corps is the best. That's just the psychology of it. The psychology is Coast Guard is a bunch of pussies who want to hang out in the United States and watch the beaches and go swimming. What a bunch of F slurs. The Air Force is, oh, those guys barely work out. They might do cool stuff with like airplanes, but realistically, they're far enough away from violence that they're a bunch of fairies as well. What a bunch of fucking losers. What a bunch of F slurs. And then with the Army, it's like, okay, the Army does hardcore stuff, but the Army takes everybody. And so they're so stupid and they're so fat and they're so lazy that they're some of the biggest pieces of shit in the armed service. Therefore, what a bunch of F slurs. And so the Marine Corps attitude is like, we're fit, we're strong, we look good, we have combined arms warfare, we have integrated air power, we have integrated naval power, we have some of the best line infantry. Our line infantry, our basic bitch infantry, is some of the best basic bitch infantry on the planet. And then not just that, but our special forces guys are not just special forces guys. They're not just, people who go up to the special forces teams and do hardcore shit. They're Marines first, which means that they have to pass a threshold of being hardcore before they even get selected for the upper tiers of hardcore shit. So yeah, maybe the Navy SEALs are technically cooler. Maybe the Delta Force guys are technically better and get this better equipment. But if you're Marine Force Recon, or if you're MARSOC, Marine Corps Special Operations Command, you are 2 levels of fucking hardcore. You're a Marine first, and then you're a Special Forces guy second, which puts you in a psychological, spiritual tier above everybody else, and everybody else can eat a dick. That's the Marine Corps mentality. And so I'm kind of like, this is based. This is awesome. So I go to a self-paced high school. I did get a high school diploma, not a GED. My friends used to give me shit saying, oh, you just got a GED, you're lying about it. No, it's a high school diploma. I went to an adult self-paced high school, and I'm not going to lie, that's part of what kicked me out the ass in order to go to the military. Was all my fellow students were kids with hard drug problems. Like, they weren't smoking pot and getting kicked out of private school. They were like doing meth and heroin and, on the verge of like death. And I was like, okay, if I'm in a high school for heroin addicts and meth addicts, I'm probably in the wrong high school. And then the adults, because the high school was realistically designed for adults, the adults at the high school were like 40 and 50-year-old drug addicts who had gotten clean and then come back to school in order to get their high school diploma or their GED. So I was like, okay, like, listen, I'm a fuck up. I smoke pot. I drink alcohol. I like girls too much, that kind of thing. But I'm not this level of fuck up. I need to get the fuck out of here. So I enlisted. February 21st of 2006, and I graduated boot camp the same day that my high school class graduated high school. It was kind of like a proud thing for me. And let's get into boot camp, because boot camp is fucking bananas. But before we move into boot camp, let's just check in with chat one more time, see if you guys are still typing about schizophrenic shit. AKA Batusai says, my friend joined the Air Force because they actually take care of their exotic places for training and not just pretend they were somewhere exotic. True. Jack Burton says, we are living in a very exciting moment. Your move. We have all the power. True. It's just obvious. Says, man, I've been playing Halo for so long, hearing about Marines all through my later childhood, and I didn't know what the heck a Marine was because it's not a thing in my country. Lol. Nice. The fentanyl influx is unforgivable. True. I went on one of those self-paced Florida 2 and did a year's worth of work in 2 weeks. Me too, man. Me too. QQ. You and I, we are one soul. We are one soul. I graduated high school. I had a semester and a half left. I completed a semester and a half. I did 1 week of screwing around and smoking pot with the drug addicts. And then I was like, oh shit, these guys aren't cute drug addicts. They're like drug addicts. And then I was like, they're also stupid. Let me get the fuck out of here. No kid deserves to die because they took a pill at a party. All right, Jack Burton, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but good for you. Anyways, Connor, I tagged you about a super chat. Well, it's just Avi posted his super chat at 10:16 a.m. So I don't know what you're asking for. Here's his super chat. Here's Grassroots gifting 20. Here's just Avi gifting, doing a $5 super chat. Here's Grassroots Hegemon doing 20. That's what I got. So I don't know what other questions you have. Quick shell, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out. So anyway, so I enlist and I go to boot camp. And boot camp is fucking terrifying. Oh, he asked about it? Oh, okay. I was saying that I was going to address that later, but realistically, I'll address it now just because we might not even get that far because I've taken an hour to get to boot camp. Okay. So, 1911s were used by MARSOC, Marine Corps Special Operations Command. 1911s were also used by some infantry units that had 1911s in their armory and they didn't like the Beretta 9mm. But realistically, the Beretta 9mm was the issued pistol to line infantry units. They did not use the 1911. It was the Special Forces that used the 1911. And then also the pistols were only for officers and staff non-commissioned officers. So for those of you who don't know, officers are people who go to college first. So you get your 4-year degree, you get an officer commission, and you are put in charge of Marines. So if you are a lieutenant or a captain, you are in charge of, at minimum, like 10 to 20 Marines. Realistically, it's like 35 Marines are under your command because you're typically in charge of a platoon, but different units have different shit going on. And then once you get up to like captain, major, whatever, you could be in charge of a company, and a company is 100 Marines. So those guys have pistols because they're not expected to be on the front line. They just might have to defend themselves sometimes. And then same thing with the staff non-commissioned officers. Staff non-commissioned officers can be on the front line, but they will be issued a rifle and a pistol. As a matter of fact, I think sergeants had pistols by the time that the War on Terror kind of hit its peak. But realistically, pistols are only for leaders. They're not for line people. And I was a line person. So I wasn't going to be issued a pistol. And I didn't train on a pistol until I went to law enforcement. I still trained with a pistol as a civilian, but I didn't train with pistol officially until I became a law enforcement officer. Bud133 says, in high school, I cared too much about what other people thought of me. Once I realized that people don't really care what I do in college, I stopped caring what other people thought of me. Based. We're all cringe. We are all cringe, especially in middle school and high school, but we get better with age. Gen X says 10. Sorry for interrupting the literal war stories. No problem. No problem. We're not even into the war yet. Funny thing is they got rid of the 1911s because most of the recon MARSOC guys preferred regular Glocks. Lol. There's a reason why. Glocks are more resilient, meaning that you can beat the fuck out of them. They have less moving parts and less complex maintenance. If you break down a 1911, it breaks down into 7 parts. If you break down a Glock, it breaks down into 4. They're ultra reliable and they have a larger capacity. So you have 13, or actually you have 17 rounds of 9mm versus 7 or 8 rounds of 45 in a classic 1911. So yeah, there's a reason why people have moved to 9mm. There's a reason why people have moved to Glock. Newmanex for 10 says, Jen, he's telling war stories. Shut up. Glocks with the switchy. Glocks with the blicky. So true. So true. I got a story about Glocks, but we haven't gotten to Iraq yet, guys. Let me get to Iraq. We still got to get through boot camp, man. We still got to get through boot camp. So anyways, I enlist. Staff Sergeant McCaskill makes me run my IST. He calls me a pussy when I collapse after a 1.5 mile run. I stand back up. I am a pussy, but you know what? Everybody starts as a pussy, okay? Everybody starts somewhere, and you start as a pussy, all right? You're weak. You're not a good runner. You don't know how to lift weights. You're an 18-year-old dumbass. You smoke too much cigarettes. You smoke too much weed. You're kind of an idiot. It is what it is, right? So this is going to be an all-week story. Maybe. I won't do this the entire week. I won't just tell war stories the entire week unless you guys really, really, really love it. But realistically, yeah, we could make this like an all-week thing. We'll probably do it once a week. Why do they call it boot camp? Because you are a boot. Okay, a boot is a new guy. It's slang for new guys. So anyways, let's get to boot camp. So I do my IST, and I had like smoked weed and smoked salvia like 1 month before my enlistment. And so I didn't know if I was going to pass my drug test. And so I told my staff sergeant, I told Staff Sergeant McCaskill that. And he was like, okay, cool. What you need to do is you need to take a shot of vinegar and you need to drop it. You need to take a shot of vinegar and drop it into a glass of water. And you need to drink as many of those as you can all night. What it will do is it will dilute and burn your piss so bad that they will not be able to tell if you smoked weed or smoked salvia. And then realistically, they only test like 1 to 5% of the urinal drug samples that they take. So as a result, there's a 97% chance that they're not even going to test your piss. And then even if they do test it, if you do vinegar into shots of water, even if it's within the past month, they might not detect the THC or the salvia. So I was like, oh, okay, fuck, I'll just do that. So the night before I enlist, I'm watching, or the night before I leave for boot camp, I'm watching Ice Age. I'm watching South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, the South Park musical movie. And I'm watching, I think that's really it. I just watched those two movies back and forth. I was watching those back and forth. Oh, and Full Metal Jacket. I was watching Full Metal Jacket, Ice Age, and Full Metal Jacket, Ice Age, and what the fuck? South Park Bigger, Longer, Uncut on repeat all night. That's what I was doing as I was slamming vinegar bombs all day. And so I do that all night. I probably do that until like 3 a.m. I fall asleep for 2 hours. Staff Sergeant McCaskill picks me up, drives me to boot camp. And I just know, I just know that like my relationship with my girlfriend has ended. We haven't broken up officially yet, but I know it. Like I know it spiritually. And so I kind of have like a pall over me all day because logically I knew why we broke up. But just because you logically know that something is the correct thing to do, it doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. And so I was hurt to a degree that I knew that my relationship with my girlfriend was over. And so drove to boot camp, smoking cigarettes, a bunch of other kids jump in the van. It's not Staff Sergeant McCaskill driving me up to boot camp. It's somebody else. And he's just a driver. So he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. He doesn't know anything about boot camp. And we're smoking cigarettes the whole way. Afro Man comes on the radio. For those of you who don't know, Afro Man had, what is it? Colt 45. And everybody knew the songs to Colt 45. So we had 20 kids, 18 to 22-year-old kids in a van singing Afro Man, singing about getting laid and smoking pot while we're on our way to boot camp. Colt 45 and 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need. We can go to the park after dark, smoke that tumbleweed. As a marijuana burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the bong like Cheech and Chong and say, takes from here to Hong Kong. So roll, roll, roll my joint. Take out the seeds and stems. Feeling high as hell, rolling through Palmdale, skating on dated rims. I could keep going, but that was like, we all sang it. We all sang it. Every single person knew every single one of the words. We were all working class, middle class, dumbass, 18 to 22-year-old pissed off kids. So everybody knew the words to the song. But anyways, real quick story, real quick jump back. When we were at MEPS, which is the place where they decide whether or not you're going to enlist, where you're doing your paperwork and all that kind of stuff. Number one, they made you do like a duck walk. They made you like go squat and then walk while you're squatting, which was kind of hard. I had like flat feet. They were like, hey, we could disqualify you for having flat feet, but you're duck walking okay enough and your feet aren't so flat that we think you'll be okay. Therefore, we'll check you off. And so I almost got cut off for flat feet, but I didn't. And then the duck walk was awkward as hell. And they almost failed me for the duck walk, but I was still able to do it. And then also an Asian guy stares into your butthole. Okay. Let's expand. So when you're going through MEPS, it's actually like almost a universal experience. Okay. There's an Asian doctor in Tampa. He actually just died 10 years ago. And the funniest thing is that his death announcement was announced to the entire Marine Corps. The entire Marine Corps was like, hey, this doctor out of Tampa MEPS died recently. If you went through Tampa MEPS, this was the Asian guy who looked into your butthole. So, it was so funny, man. So You go into a room, you really have no idea what's going on. Nobody like tells you. You're just in a waiting room, like a DMV waiting room. Then you go into like this like weird shower stall area and you do the duck walk and you do like all these stretches and moves so they can test your mobility. Then they take you back to the waiting area and then they're like, okay, you know, wait for your turn to be called by a doctor. And then you go into the doctor and the doctor like checks you. He does like the tongue thing. He does the reflex thing. He does the range of motion stuff. And then he's like, take off your clothes. Take off your clothes, turn around. And you're like, what? And he's like, take off your clothes. And, you know, he's saying it with an Asian accent. He's like, take off your clothes, turn around. I'm like, what? Like, you trying to diddle me? What's going on here? And then he's like, take off your clothes, turn around. And you're like, okay. So you take off your shorts and you bend, and he's like, bend over and cough. And so you bend over, you have to spread your butt cheeks, and this guy's staring into your butthole. And then you cough. And I don't know if it's for like fissures or prolapse or I don't know, hernias. I don't know what it's for. I have no idea what it's for, but it's one of the medical checks. And so the reason why everybody remembers the Asian guy who stared into your butthole is because he was there for like 30 years staring into people's buttholes. Like he obviously came from like Vietnam or Cambodia or some fucking shitty country. And he was like, you know what? Rather than getting murdered in my own country, staring into the buttholes of servicemen is infinitely better. So as a result, I'm just going to stay here for 30 years and stare into the buttholes of service members and check off whether or not they have like hernias or prolapsed buttholes. And that's what he did. He, for 30 years, he was just staring in the assholes. And so when he died, it was a big deal. It was a big deal, man. He retired for like 2 years and then he died. And then of course, like the fact that he died got relayed back to the medical center. Then the medical center had like a medical announcement. And then some Marine, or they had like an announcement like, oh, you know, Dr. Lu Zi Chang that worked for us for 30 years passed. And then some guy who worked at Tampa Mets, who likely had his butthole stared into by that, he went to a Marine Corps like social media page and he was like, hey man, rip to the guy who stared into your butthole. He just passed recently. And that was like, everybody had something to say under that Facebook comment. Everybody was like, oh man, I enlisted in 1987 and he was staring into my butthole. What a good guy. And everybody was like, oh, I enlisted in 2006 and he was staring into my butthole. Can't believe this guy was looking at buttholes for 30 years. All right, that's enough buttholes. That's enough buttholes, okay? Poor guy. Okay. And then the other thing that happened was while we were there, we were watching the TV and it hit national news that a Marine Corps recruit had drowned to death. Okay. I'm in the Marine Corps waiting station, Dayton Rims. Thank you. I was in the waiting area for the Marine Corps, and there's like a recruit who dies and it makes national news. And so you kind of think to yourself, you're like, okay, well, in a recruiting class, in a platoon, there's like, you know, 30, 40 guys, like 50 guys realistically in my class. And there's a few hundred guys per company. And there's, you know, a few thousand people going through Marine Corps boot camp at any time. You know, what are the chances that I'm going to be the dumbass who gets killed? The chances are low. But is it not in the back of your mind? That's probably what that guy thought. That guy thought, what are the chances? And then he risked it. And then he got killed. So it kind of made it real. It made it real that he, you know, that, oh shit, you know, I could die doing this. Get in, loser. We're going to boot camp. True. What the fuck? You have flat feet? No fucking way. No, I do. Yeah. I was kicked out of the military because my penis was too big. Nice. Asian guy didn't even work there. No, he worked there. Wait, sign me up now, buddy. What? So you can stare into buttholes? If you've flown in America, the Jews already have a picture of your butthole. True. Ancient Chinese secret. True. All right. Sorry. I talked about buttholes for like 20 minutes. So yeah. Oh, looking for contraband? Dude, I would have never, ever thought to look for, I would have never thought to sneak in contraband into boot camp. That's funny though. Maybe some people did. Batu Sai says, I remember when Bob and Tom Show got a retired NBA player who became a proctologist to do an exam for a proctober and his hands were huge. Have I talked to anyone who failed the butthole test? No, I don't know anyone who failed the butthole test. Oh my God. All right. Anyways, let's move on from the butthole. Okay. The first contraband he gets to keep. You guys are so bad. You guys are so bad. Surprisingly, it's not the first butthole stream we've had. True. Oh my God. Okay. Dude, I'm so happy I get to talk about all this stuff, man. I'm so happy I get to talk about all this stuff. Anyways, so butthole exam's done. We're driving to boot camp. We're singing hip hop. We got Cece's Pizza. Okay. Our last meal is all you can eat buffet, Cece's Pizza. And some dudes are chowing down. They're like, they're drinking like gallons of soda. They're slamming tons of pizza. They're eating the pudding, and I can't eat, man. I can't eat. I'm like stressed to the gills. I know that eventually my girlfriend and I are going to break up. I know that boot camp is going to be hard, and so I just can't eat. So I don't eat. Jack Burton says, "Listen, boys, I've been married for 25 years, and if you want to send that sexy woman over the top, you got to put a pinky in." All right. Anyways, come on, guys, let's get off the butt. So, so we were eating Cece's buffet, $2.99 buffet. Yep, it was mad cheap, and they thought they were doing us a favor because it was all you can eat. But anyways, we were crossing the bridge to Parris Island, and for the uninitiated, Parris Island, South Carolina, is a terrifying place. And what I mean by that is that you cross a bridge in order to get there. So you kind of know you're fucked the second you cross that bridge. And so you're driving through Carolinian swamp for probably 30 or 40 minutes, I would say. It's like the pine trees, and you notice the land is getting a little bit lower and lower. There's more and more water. There's more and more marsh. And then you go across a bridge, and there's like two bridges in and out of Parris Island, South Carolina. But you're basically told like, hey man, this is it. You're fucked. Like you're here now. This is the fastest way to get out of boot camp is to complete boot camp. They tell you this during receiving. The Marine Corps, per contract, has you for 3 attempts through boot camp. Okay. So let's say that you get through the first week of just like paperwork and bullshit, but then you drop, you're like a discipline issue. So you drop at 2 weeks. Well, then you get dropped back for another 2 weeks to wait for the next boot camp class to start up. So you're already there for 4 weeks. Then if you drop again, let's say you make it 2 weeks and then you get dropped again. Well, you're there for another 4 weeks. So you're already there for 8 weeks. And then if you drop again at the 2 week mark, then you're there for another 2 weeks. Well, bam, you're already at 12 weeks. And then basically the amount of time it takes you to process is like another 2 weeks. So your options are pass boot camp, or you will be in administrative and training hell for 14 weeks. So at that point, you're on an island. You drove across a bridge to get there. You're surrounded by terrifying fucking drill instructors. You're surrounded by terrifying fucking recruits, because let's face it, the Marine Corps doesn't recruit very many pussies. There's a few of them, but most of the recruits are actually, they might be dumb as shit, but they're pretty hardcore. And then also, if you try to play fuck games in order to escape, if you escape and they catch you, you're going to jail. You're going to jail for being a deserter, or going to prison for being a deserter. And if you try to fail on purpose, you're going to be there for 14 weeks. So at that point, it's like, Jesus hates a pussy. Let's do it. Let's just get it done. Right. So that's kind of the mentality rolling into it. And so I have all those iconic moments. For those of you who haven't watched Full Metal Jacket, they have you come off of the van or the bus. They're screaming at you on the van or the bus, and they're like, welcome to recruit training center, Parris Island. I'm drill instructor, senior drill instructor XYZ ABC. For the next 13 weeks, your ass is mine, blah, 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 blah. And they're screaming at you at full volume, and their voice is hoarse. So you actually have no idea what the fuck they're saying. I actually had no idea what the guy said. I just followed everybody else. And so you jump onto the yellow footprints, and the yellow footprints are an iconic thing for Marines. And I think it's for Marines in particular. The footprints are angled at 45 degrees. They have a yellow footprint here, and you're supposed to put your feet on them so your feet naturally rest at the position of attention. And then they tell you to put your hands at your sides and listen to this speech. And the speech is effectively like, you are the next generation of Marines. It's our job to make you the most hardcore, badass, murderous motherfuckers the planet has ever seen. You are not just doing this for yourself. You are doing this in order to join a centuries long tradition of mad, vicious, I don't want to say evil, but like mad, vicious, murderous motherfuckers. And it is your job to not fail the generations of people who came before you who stood on these footprints. And so, boom, right there. Not only do you have like the prisoner's dilemma of if you quit, it's going to take longer to leave. You're also being indoctrinated, in my opinion, into a cult of military history. And for me, I'm like, the second that happened, the second they tried to indoctrinate me into the cult of military history, I was like, I'm home. This is for me. They built this for me. This is mine now. You know, like tell me things. Tell me things about American military history. Tell me things about the young men who came before me. Tell me about how to uphold their legacy. Give me the skills to uphold their legacy. I was like, this is boom. This is me. And so I'm scared. Like I'm scared out of my fucking mind because boot camp's a terrifying place. But my determination and anger probably match my fear. And there's a certain amount of self-doubt in the beginning where you're like, will I really be able to pass boot camp? And boot camp, truth be told, is not that hard. You just kind of got to shut up and do what the fuck you're told for 13 weeks. But there's a part of you that's like, am I going to die during training? Am I going to die in an accident? Do I have an undiagnosed medical condition that's going to kill me, like a heart issue? Am I going to stroke out? Am I going to do this? Am I going to do that? Or am I going to fail? Am I going to be too weak? Am I not going to be up to snuff to be a Marine? And so all these ideas are kind of like bouncing around in your head as you're going through this process, because you can think about this stuff before you go to boot camp, but once you get to boot camp, it's real. There's no options. You either do it or you don't. And so that kind of shifts the game mentally, I would say. And so, you do all the paperwork bullshit. You basically don't sleep for 48 hours. I swear to God, I fell asleep at some point, while we were waiting in a hallway. And in my schizophrenic brain, I could feel the life of me. Like I could feel the civilian life of me where I could have been with my ex-girlfriend and I could have had kids and I could have gotten divorced and I could have done this and I could have done that. If string theory is real, then what happened, in my opinion, is in a previous life, I had chosen that life and it had failed. And so in this life, I was going through the boot camp thing and I almost felt like psychically. Now, of course, this is probably like schizophrenia. This is probably schizophrenia and emotional bullshit. But I felt that path of my life die while I was asleep. That path evaporated psychically in my own brain. And so after that, you get your uniforms issued to you, you get your backpacks issued to you, you get your gear issued to you, you get your rifle issued to you. Your rifle stays in the armory. You don't get your rifle immediately, but you get a card for your rifle. And then they show you how to fold up how to do your bed. They show you how to do your uniforms. They show you how to do all that kind of shit. And you basically don't sleep for 48 hours. And then eventually you pass out. And the cool thing about boot camp is you do get 8 hours of sleep every single night. You do have fire watch, which means that like in the middle of the night, you might have to wake up every other night, once every 3 nights, and you might have to stay awake for an hour in order to patrol the barracks. But realistically, you're getting 7 or 8 hours of sleep per night. Maybe the sleep is interrupted, but realistically, it's good. Anyways, let me catch up with chat real quick because it looks like we have some interesting things to say. So Christian Blair says AWOL, absent without leave. Yup. And dude, if there's something that the military hates and pities and looks down on, like you're a pussy, it's people who go AWOL. People who go AWOL. If you go AWOL in order to go on a vacation to a place that you're not going to, but then you return in order to take your punishment and continue your enlistment, you're less of a pussy. But if you run away expecting to escape the long dick of the law, then you're a pussy. That's the way that a lot of people feel. Christian Blair says we should watch Jarhead. It's a more realistic interpretation of the Marine life in terms of boredom. That's true. But Full Metal Jacket boot camp scenes are amazing. Jack Burton says, no, I'm going to send it and assume that God or the good sources of the universe have my back. Interesting. This was the best time for Connor to find Warhammer. True. I need to go to boot camp like today. It's awesome. It's terrible, but it's awesome. Fly under the radar, fake it to make it. Not up, Buttercup. No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. Damn, all that because of some laced pot? Yeah, maybe. Jack Burton says, I think your entire goal should be to love those who came in contact with, no matter with overtime, the ruling class. Jack Burton, you're not responding to anything we're talking about. But anyways, I fucking hate the military. I hate the cops too. Okay, well, you're not going to have a good time, Jack Burton. And Jack Burton, I'm just going to share this with you. You can either respond to what we're talking about, or if you keep schizo posting about like your spiritual philosophy while not responding to what's being talked to, and you hate the military and you hate law enforcement, then you shouldn't be here. This is the wrong community. And you can either leave or I'll help you leave. Depends on what it was. All right. Anyways, continuing with the adventure. So, man, what a fucking terrifying experience. So you sleep for a couple of days. There's some receiving drill instructors. They show you the ropes. They try to give you a heads up on all the shit that's about to come your way. There's some scary moments. Drill instructors yell at you, whatever. They do corrective training, but then you meet the drill instructors. And meeting the drill instructors is a spiritual experience. It really is. So I enlisted in 2006. The Iraq invasion was in 2003. The Battle of Fallujah was in 2004. So all of my drill instructors and all of my combat instructors were Iraq and Afghanistan veterans who had seen combat as pogues and as infantrymen. And they were all just hard motherfuckers, dude. Just some of the toughest dudes you've ever met in your entire life. Just absolutely insane. So I had 3 drill instructors. Actually, I had 4, but that's because one of them dropped out halfway through. I had Gunnery Sergeant McElroy. Okay. His name was McElroy. He was like 6'4", 230 pounds, black, mean as a motherfucker. And he was the kill hat. His job was to fuck you up. I had Gunnery Sergeant Bone. Awesome name for a drill instructor. Gunnery Sergeant Bone. And then on top of that, he was like emaciated and skeletal. Like he kind of looked like he had been starved for a really long time. He looked like a bulldog that had been starved for a long time. And so Gunnery Sergeant Bone was my drill hat. He was the person who was supposed to teach you shit. And then I had Gunnery Sergeant Shelmadine. Gunnery Sergeant Shelmadine was terrifying. Terrifying human being. He was probably like 5'8", 5'10", but he was built like a pit bull on steroids. And he had these like crazy ice blue, like husky eyes. And if you fucked up and he caught you, he would fuck you up. Like there was no escaping. Every drill instructor fucks you up. Bone, Gunnery Sergeant Bone was the only one who, he wasn't even nice. He just wasn't unnecessarily mean. Gunnery Sergeant Shalmadine and Gunnery Sergeant McElroy, they were basically kill hats. They would destroy you for hours. And let's talk about that because that's kind of funny and awesome. So in boot camp, it's your job to learn. That's all it is. That's all your job is to learn. You need to learn how to put on your utilities correctly. You need to learn how to use boot bands. You need to learn how to lace your boots correctly. You need to learn how to put your gear into a footlocker properly. You need to learn how to clean your rifle. You need to know how to disassemble and reassemble your rifle. You need to learn military history. You need to learn combat psychology. You need to learn the history of the Marine Corps. You need to learn combat physiology. You need to learn like basic shit about like working out. You need to physically train a healthy chunk of the time. You need to do Marine Corps martial arts, which is like the basic bitch martial arts course. You need to do obstacle courses. You need to do everything. It's just your job to learn. That's all it is. You are consuming information, physical training, martial arts training, psychology and history. You are consuming all of that through a fire hose. You're just being shot in the face with information and shot in the face with physical training, defensive training, all that shit. It's crazy. It's crazy. And Sunday is the only day of rest. Okay. So 6 days out of the week, you're training. You're doing PT in the morning. You're doing martial arts probably 3 or 4 times a week. You're doing schoolhouse training a healthy chunk of the week. And then you like go to the rifle range, you go do obstacle courses, you do all that stuff. That's 6 days a week. 7th day is the day of rest. But the way that the 7th day kicks off, for 6 days, you wake up at 5 a.m., you get online, you go to the position of attention, you're told what to do. So you basically dress by the numbers. You're in your underwear and a t-shirt. And basically, you put on your, they're like, all right, put on your pants right now. You got 10 seconds to do it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Somebody's going to fail. And so when they fail, they're like, okay, take off your pants. You got 10 seconds to do it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Somebody fails again. All right, put on your pants. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Somebody fails. You do that for like 20 minutes back and forth, but you do that with each successive thing that you do. Okay. Everything is on a timer and everything you will fail and you will have to do it 10,000 times. And the reason why they do that, the reason why they build that into you psychologically is number one, they want you to respond to orders. They want you to do exactly what you're told when you're told to do it. And number two, they want you to not bitch about it. They want you to not whine, not cry, not bitch, not show a face. It's just doing what you got to do. Doing what you got to do under orders over and over and over and over and over again. And so you'll play fuck games sometimes for hours, man. Sometimes you will do a very simple task like getting dressed. You will spend 3 hours getting dressed because they're making you redo that shit over and over again. And what was crazy is I realized the game within the first day. Because the first day, they have you inventory your equipment. And this was some of the funniest shit I'd ever seen in my entire life. It was legitimately so fucking funny. Holy shit, was it funny. So I'm having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And so what ends up happening is they have you inventory your gear. So you get all your gear. You got, shaving cream. You got you got razors. You got a toothbrush. You got this. You got that. And so they make you do an inventory of it and they have you pull it out and they do the same 10-second game where they're like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's somebody who fails. Well, what happens when you fail, especially during the inventory day, is Gunnery Sergeant McElroy shows up and he's running around. He's screaming. He's throwing his arms around. Like, why can't you do this? What's wrong with you? Like he's doing that in your face. And then he's grabbing your gear. He's grabbing your Foot Locker. He's grabbing your razor blade bag. He's grabbing your toothbrush. And he's just throwing it like across the room. He's just grabbing your shit, getting in your face, screaming at you, grabbing you by the shoulders, screaming at you, grabbing your gear, throwing it all over the place, kicking it across the squad bay. And what was so funny is, so like Gunnery Sergeant McElroy is doing this thing where he's fucking with everybody while we're supposed to be doing an inventory. And you can tell that this is the first time that people have experienced stress. This is the first time that they've gotten fucked with. This is the first time that they've had like a 6'4", 200-pound motherfucker in their face saying, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to fuck you up. And on top of that, do what I said right now. Oh, you took too late. Let me grab the thing that you're working on and let me fuck it up in your face. And so there's recruits, man. And like, they're crying. Like they're not crying like boo-hoo, I feel bad for myself. They're crying like tears of rage because they can't do it. They can't get the task done. There's a drill instructor in their face fucking with them. There's a drill instructor, fucking their shit up and throwing their gear across the room and screaming at them and calling them a piece of shit and fucking shaking their shoulders. And so you see like recruits like start to break down psychologically where they're like, they're crying. They're like angry, but they're crying. And so what was so interesting about that is probably about halfway through, because I was like, how the fuck are we supposed to do an inventory? This guy keeps grabbing our gear, shaking it, and throwing it across the squad bay. What the fuck? What is this Mickey Mouse horse shit? Why is this guy fucking with us so bad? And then I realized it's not about getting the inventory done. It was never about the inventory. It was never, ever, ever about the inventory. It was about doing something under stress and forcing you to do it over and over and over again and seeing how long it takes to psychologically break you. And for some people, it's like 5 minutes. And for some people, it's hours. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to push the people who have psychological toughness to their limits of patience and discipline. And they're trying to take the people who have only 5 minutes of psychological discipline and they make them the multi-hour stress people. So that's what it does. It takes people who have a low tolerance for stress and it gives them an insane tolerance to stress. And it takes the people with an insane tolerance of stress and it pushes them to the limit. And it's kind of amazing because you see what human beings are capable of when they're put in a pressure cooker. You see what human beings are capable of when they basically think that like life or death is on the line and their performance has to do with whether or not they're going to be miserable for the next few hours. Because let's say you're like, oh, well, I'm tough. I can do anything. There's no way a drill instructor could break me. No, they got games. You know, like the famous quote is, what's the toy manufacturing company? Milton Bradley? Are they the board game company? Like the famous saying from drill instructors is like, oh, don't you worry, motherfucker. I got more games than Milton Bradley. Dude, you hear that as an 18-year-old who's getting physically fucked up and you're like, oh no, what have I done? It's so crazy. It's so crazy, man. So, sorry, let me go through chat a little bit. Gen X says Vincent D'Onofrio is a highly underrated actor. Bro, Private Pile was a perfect actor. He was perfect. I had 2 Private Piles in my class. Melody says, oh my God, there's history class too. Dude, history class was fucking awesome. Is the martial arts class any good? It's good for beginners. Okay. So tan belt, gray belt, green belt. I would say that those are like beginners classes to get you used to martial arts. Green belt, brown belt. I don't know if there's a red belt. I think it's green belt, brown belt, and then black belt. Those are the ones where you actually start learning things. I got green by the time I got out. But a tan belt and gray belt, they're just teaching. That's actually what the martial arts instructor said. It's like, hey, man, you're not going to be Bruce Lee by the time you graduate boot camp. We're going to teach you enough stuff in order to get the shit kicked out of you. Okay? That's what we're going to teach you. It was awesome. Doing inventory next to a gorilla. Yes. Badasai. Yes. Imagine doing whatever you guys do, man. Whatever you guys do. Imagine like if you're a paperwork guy, if you're listening to me while you're doing IT work, if you're listening to me while you're stocking shelves, whatever you do, imagine doing what you're doing and then a fucking gorilla jumps into your workplace and just starts fucking with you while doing your job. Okay. He picks up the shit off your ground, like off of your desk. He throws your keyboard across the room. He like punches your monitor. He shakes your shoulders. He fucking takes a banana and he smashes it in your face. Like imagine that. Okay. That's what it's like to be in Marine Corps boot camp. Okay. So it was awesome. It was hilarious. It was fucked up. It was so fucked up. And I was so scared and I was so angry and I was so frustrated, but it was so funny. It was so funny. Sen Patty says, this has been a great stream. I love hearing these stories. Well, good. We'll do it like once a week, I guess. Test M Human says, hey, yeah, hope y'all are good. We're doing good. Paul says, story time is fun. Yeah, good. Thank you. Grassroots for 20 says, the dudes at Black Rifle Coffee Company got their stolen coffee machine from military surplus. I'm not surprised. Test Dummy Human renewed their membership. Thank you, King. All right. So, okay. Imagine a gorilla on crack cocaine then. Okay. Imagine somebody took injectable cocaine, injected a gorilla with it, and then they let it loose in your office. Okay. That's Marine Corps boot camp. All right. Let's keep going though. Okay. So they're fucking with you. They're teaching you things. They're going to class, whatever. And, man, so the way that they correct you, okay, there's 2 ways to correct you. Actually, there's a multitude of ways. Hold on. I still got to go back to inventory real quick. So one of the reasons why inventory was so funny, all right, drill instructors are not supposed to put their hands on you. They're not supposed to hit you, but it happens. And I probably saw it 3 or 4 times over the course of 13 weeks. So it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, if you're not a fuck up, you're not going to get punched. Okay. Shit might happen. You might get dinged. You might get donged. You might get hit every now and then, but it's not that bad. Right. And so one of the funniest things that happened was Gunnery Sergeant McElroy was running around fucking people shit up, but there was a razor blade package on the ground. And so he stepped onto the razor blade package and he slipped and he fell on his back. Okay. While he's fucking people up, he slips and he falls. And so I'm too scared to have any kind of reaction whatsoever. But the recruit right next to Gunnery Sergeant McElroy laughs. He laughed at the kill hat when the kill hat slipped and fell. And so the kill hat, Gunnery Sergeant McElroy, stands up. He puts his hand like this in an L shape, and he goes, he hit the kid. He hit the kid right here. Oh my God. And the kid goes, it's the craziest shit I ever saw. It was, huh? And the kid is like, ah! He's like throwing up for like 2 or 3 minutes. And it was like terrifying, but it was funny. It was funny. So yeah. Anyways. Okay, moving. So the first few weeks is them just fucking you up, right? It's you just learning the ropes, learning how to walk. No, he could breathe. He could breathe just fine. He just needed a minute or two to catch his breath. It was fucking crazy. I can see the kid's face too. I know who he is. I have like a boot camp. I have a boot camp calendar book, not calendar book, a boot camp yearbook. So I think it's McLeod. No, McLeod was the infantry guy that stood next to him. His name is MC something. It's MC something. I forget what it was, but oh my God, it was so fucking funny. Let me go here. And then Christian Blair says, I have Jarhead wondering if you would get copyright watching for watching the opening vid. Dude, we'll just do a Valor Reacts on that. Obviously, we'll do a Jarhead and we'll do a Full Metal Jacket Valor Reacts. So don't worry. We might not do it today, but we'll do it in general. Christian Blair says, sir, this recruit has never been good at drawing, sir. Then why the fuck are you my scribe? Isn't my scribe supposed to know how to draw? Sir, this recruit doesn't know what the recruit is supposed to draw, sir. Drill instructor grabs recruit neck. Of course the recruit doesn't know because I haven't told him. Yeah, dude, that let's just say that all of that stuff is accurate as shit. Okay. That vibe is super accurate. And then I'm just going to show you guys something real quick. Marine Corps drill boot camp. God, this shit's so fucking funny. So I'm going to show y'all guys this. This is a huge part of the way that you spend your time. I would say maybe 30% of boot camp is knowledge, meaning it's going to classrooms and learning. I would say that probably another 30% is drill, which is what you're about to see. And then I would say another 30% is PT and martial arts. And then I would say the remaining 10% is getting fucked up. And I'll tell you about getting fucked up in a second, but let me show you some drill first, okay? Because this takes all 13 weeks to master, okay? If you look at all these guys, I'm gonna zoom this in. If you look at all these guys, their hats, their grooming is perfect, okay? Their haircuts are perfect, their shaves are perfect. Their uniforms, the sleeves are rolled exactly identically, where they're all one roll underneath the pocket. Then they're all rolled perfectly, so they grab the bicep enough to be tight, but not grab the bicep enough to cut off blood flow. And by the way, one of the funniest things is like we would roll our sleeves specifically to cut off blood flow, so our arms looked more muscular. Okay. And then if you look at this, They're at port arms right now. Port arms is port means to carry in French. So what drill does is it teaches you instantaneous instantaneous obedience to commands. And then drill, where the drill instructor is calling out different moves as you march around, line up into perfectly ordered ranks, go to port arms, open your barrel, or excuse me, open up your chamber to be inspected. Right shoulder arms where you slam it into your right shoulder, left shoulder arms where you slam it into your left shoulder. These things, you literally spend 30% of your time doing it because you're trying to get everybody to be uniform. Everybody thinks the same way. Everybody moves the same way. Everybody can move in unison. Everybody can do everything together. And it's one of the things that the Marine Corps just absolutely excels at. I can pick up on little flaws that these guys are engaging in. But realistically, if this is a platoon towards the end of their drill cycle, this is them at their best. This is them when they've drilled for, like right here. Look, it's supposed to be 30 inches back to front. There's a gap right here that isn't uniform, where this guy is a little bit too far behind the Marine ahead of him, and this Marine is a little bit too close to him. So that's the kind of thing that a drill instructor would correct. But at the same time, you do the same shit over, 30 inches back to front, 30 inches back to front. Like you're just doing the same shit over and over and over again until you master it, until you look amazing while you're doing this shit. Every Marine does this. And if you want to be, I actually thought about doing the silent drill platoon. The silent drill platoon, that's all they do. For 4 years, they just practice drill. And so you have to be like super into this shit in order to go out for silent drill, because they make the average Marine makes the average soldier look like dog shit. The average Marine drill makes Army look like absolute dog shit. The silent drill platoon makes the average Marine platoon look like dog shit. So anyways, I understand that drill might not be everybody's forte, so I'll move on. But 30%, easily 30% of boot camp is spent on drill. So let me go ahead and exit out of that, and we'll continue. So, all right. So we're showing up. We're getting fucked up. Saw somebody get choke slammed, and 6 days out of the week, you're drilling, you're killing, you're getting knowledge, you're doing obstacle courses, you're working out, you're learning martial arts, whatever. Well, 6 days out of the week, you do that. On the 7th day is a day of rest, but on the 7th day, you started out with the most fucked up day of your life. Okay? The 7th day, you get to organize your gear. You get to silence your gear, meaning you put electrical tape on it so it doesn't make sound when you're walking around. You get to write letters to home. I don't know if you can read books, but I think you can like read Marine Corps manuals. I think now they let recruits like call home with their cell phones and shit. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't call anybody. We didn't call anybody for 20 weeks. We wrote snail mail home for 13 weeks. And then, but the way that it starts out is the most fucked up shit I have ever done in my life, okay? We had the kill hat every Sunday. We had Gunnery Sergeant McElroy every single Sunday, okay? Gunnery Sergeant McElroy would get a trash can, a plastic 50-gallon trash can. He would fill it with 50 gallons of hot water, and he would fill it with Dawn soap. And he would have several recruits dump those 55-gallon like trash cans into the squad bay until we were up to like a half inch to an inch of water in the squad bay. He flooded the squad bay with a half inch to an inch of water. And then what we did is we had an endless amount of towels. And we would have to get into the push-up position. Okay. Imagine the push-up position. You're doing a plank. You're on the ground, okay? You put the towel between your hands. You roll the towel into thirds, and then you grab either side of the towel. So you're in the push-up position, and then you run across the entire squad bay, absorbing water. And you do that for hours. Hours. You are in the push-up position running. And what's crazy about it is your cardio's burning, your legs are burning, your arms are burning, and you're like, please God, let it stop. And another 55-gallon trash can comes out. Please God, let it stop. Another 55-gallon trash can comes out. Please God, let it stop. And another 55-gallon trash can comes out. And eventually you're like, if I could kill myself, I would fucking kill myself. And then probably like after wanting to kill yourself, you go for like another hour. And then after that, it finally ends. The torture finally ends. You stop running in the push-up position. You finally get to like dry up the barracks with the towels. You finally get to run fans. That way there isn't mildew or mold. You finally get to clean your gear. And if I had to guess, okay, if I had to guess, drill and kill and all that shit, this is all part of the normal boot camp experience. But if I had to guess why the Sundays were so fucking brutal, is because they wanted you to know that no matter how much pain you're in, no matter how psychologically fucked up you are, no matter how much despair you're experiencing, it will end. It will end one way or the other. You'll either be dead or eventually every painful experience comes to an end. And so that, while psychologically torturous, it was kind of psychologically relieving, where you experience this extreme catharsis. When the pain finally stopped, you were like euphorically high because you were like, oh my God, the pain finally stopped. So that was fucking bananas. Gen X for 5 says, can everyone watch House of Dynamite on Netflix until we review as a military related? Yeah, isn't that about like the world getting nuked or something? My wife was saying it was really good, but it ended on a cliffhanger or ended on like a Sopranos. So anyways, so the point is that like, oh, sorry, 2 more things in the way that they fuck you up, okay? Intensive training and pitting, okay? Intensive training is if you fuck up, then basically what they did with the 55-gallon trash cans, you do that by yourself. You do mountain climbers, you do push-ups, you do squats, you do burpees, you do pull-ups, you do sit-ups, you do crunches, you do mountain climbers, you do hello dollies, you do, you hold out cotton balls for hours. Like I'll just hold this arm. As a matter of fact, I'll pick up this screw. I'll just hold it until my arm gets tired. But basically, you're forced to hold a light object at a 90-degree angle from your body for 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I mean, it might only be 20 minutes to 30 minutes where you're actually holding out the screw, but it feels like millennia because you're in so much fucking pain because your deltoid is just cooking. And so if you're a Marine who thinks you're like tough shit, you think you're a badass, you think that you like, oh, I did wrestling in school, I'm a PT stud, my uncle took me shooting, I'm super tough, I know how to deal with pain. Hold out a cotton ball. Hold out a screw at a 90-degree angle from your body for like 2 hours and see what that does to your brain. It will twist you into fucking loops of your willpower versus your body versus your fear of pain. It is actually legitimately fucking insane what happens to your body when you're forced to do shit like that. And so right now, I've been like this for, I don't know, maybe a minute. My shoulder's starting to burn, but it's not bad yet. It'll get bad. When it gets bad, I'll tell you. So anyways, let's tell a story while I'm holding out a single light screw at a 90-degree angle from my body. So anyways, get through boot camp. I make some of the best relationships of my life. Like seriously, if Dakota called me and he said, I want to hang out, I want to talk, I want to get beers, I want to yap, I would hang out with Dakota. We haven't talked since boot camp. I don't even know where he is. I don't even know where his job is. I don't know if he's alive or he's dead. He's one of my best friends for life. There was an infantry guy that I respected a lot. His name was McLeod, McLeod. The same thing. If he calls me, he's like, hey, Connor, I saw your stream. I want to hang out. I want to catch beers. I'll be like, dope, let's hang out. Like, seriously, you make brothers for life in boot camp. And even though there's plenty of douchebag Marines, there's plenty of asshole Marines, there's plenty of terrible Marines, every Marine is your brother. Okay? Every Marine is your brother. So you can hate them, you can dislike them, you can think they're pieces of shit. They can have a terrible personal life. They could have been a terrible Marine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You still treat them like they're your brother because they went through what you went through. They earned the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor the same way that you earned the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. And I could get into more details, but realistically, I don't think boot camp is that exciting. It is exciting, but if you want to, I could get into more like specific fuck games and specific stories. But realistically, I want to keep the flow. If you guys want more crazy boot camp stories, let me know. But I want to keep the flow because most Marines, if they only talk about boot camp, that means that they didn't do anything else. Okay. So I want to talk about other shit too. So, damn, this is starting to burn. This is starting to burn bad. So, fuck. now I can't pay attention because it's starting to burn so bad. So going through boot camp, you make your brothers, you get fucked up for weeks on end, you learn tons of shit. It's information through a fire hose. You PT like crazy. You're waking up at 5 a.m. every single morning. You got fire watch once every third day. You learn how to shoot guns. Rifle qual is amazing. I could do an entire 2-hour stream just on what I learned about the M16 platform and what I learned about basic marksmanship. I could actually just talk about marksmanship for 2 hours. It's so fucking awesome. Learning about firearms and learning about human physiology and learning about how people become good marksmen, both in combat and in training. It's just some of the coolest shit that I've ever learned in my entire life. Squad tactics, infantry tactics, movement tactics, hand and arm signals, all of that stuff is so fucking awesome. I have so many cool stories from boot camp, but I want to keep it flowing. So anyways, you do the Crucible, and the Crucible is basically 72 hours where you are outside, okay? You sleep outside, you eat MREs outside, you hump like 50 miles in 3 days, you do a bunch of obstacle courses and combat courses, you do a whole bunch of shit, and it's awesome. And then you get your Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. They give you a steak and egg dinner or breakfast. They don't fuck you up after the steak and egg breakfast. You get your badge and then you graduate and it's awesome. Like it's one of the top 10 moments of my life is graduating boot camp. And my arm, all right, I just dropped that. If I dropped that in boot camp, I would get fucked up for like the next 2 hours. So the fact that I dropped it just now just means that like if I was in front of a drill instructor would fuck me up for the next 2 hours. But I'm telling you right now, I'm going to stop because it's actually distracting me from talking to you about boot camp. But if you ever want to know what it's like to be in extreme pain and have to fight willpower, just do what I'm doing. Take a light object, hold it at, fuck. Sorry, that actually hurt. Take a super light object, hold it out in front of your body for 20 minutes. It's nothing. It's a cotton ball. It's a screw. It weighs nothing. How are you being defeated by a cotton ball? How are you being defeated by a screw that weighs ounces? Why are your muscles so weak? Why is your brain so weak that you are being defeated by a screw? You think you can go kill Taliban? You think you can go kill jihadists? You think you can go overseas and kill communists and you're getting fucking defeated by a cotton ball? You think you're tough? You think you're tough because your daddy, taught you how to work out and your uncle taught you how to shoot and you were on your high school wrestling team? You think you're fucking tough? Why is a cotton ball kicking your fucking ass? Dude, Marines have huge egos, but we have huge egos because we went through boot camp and we went through the Marine Corps and we survived. But if you want somebody to get an ego check, if they think they're fucking badass, the drill instructors have 10,000 ways to check large egos. Now, y'all have donated again, so I'm gonna check it out. Grassroots for 10. I liked you just talking about your experiences. It's better than content slop, and the chat seems to love it. Hey, man, we got a lower chat than usual. We're at 70 instead of around 100 to 120. But if you guys are having a good time, I'm not going to do this all the time because I do want to have a larger chat. I do want to engage with content slop. I do want the super chats that are not just coming from Oilers. But I love this shit. I love talking about this shit. So if you guys want to do this once or twice a week, I'm down. Test Dummy Human with the 500 sec says, when my dad did his at the time obligatory military service in Sweden, they trimmed the cargo truck to drive faster than the rest and blew up a toilet. Swedish military back then was a bit loose, you could say. Yeah, that sounds more like the Army than the Marine Corps for sure. Grassroots says, Counterpoint says, a casual shooter shooting at a bench by a veteran is truly awesome. Sorry. Yeah. Well, what I would say was trying to dictate through my phone and it didn't work. No problem. Dude, if you guys want to do like a deep dive on fundamental marksmanship, I would love to do that. But anyways, high school wrestling is tough. I'm not talking shit about high school wrestling. Some of the toughest guys, some of the best guys that I knew who were ready for the Marine Corps spiritually, physically, and ready for the martial arts, they were all Brazilian jiu-jitsu or they were high school wrestling. Those were the guys who did the best. Absolutely. So when I say high school wrestling, I'm not trying to dog high school wrestling. I'm trying to say that high school wrestling is hardcore, but the Marine Corps will fucking psychologically break you. Andre says, I was thinking of signing up as a reservist so I can choose where to serve if we ever go to war. They also pay peanuts for just being a reservist. Yeah. It's just Abby says the 70-minute chat is worth more than 100. I mean, I agree. I'm with you. Jonah Zilla says I'm having fun. Good. Morally Loaded says, I love hearing these stories. I'm listening while doing stuff around the house, so it's not as active as chat, but I'm still here. Okay, no problem. We won't do this all the time, but dude, I couldn't watch another Andrew Wilson debate and I couldn't watch another Destiny debate without feeling like I was just retreading the same shit that we've already retread 10,000 times. So I just wanted to take a little bit of a risk content-wise and just do this, And, it's paying off. You guys are being super generous. So, even though it's a smaller chat, it's not like you guys haven't been super generous. So thank you for your generosity. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. But let's get out of boot camp, okay? I have 10,000 other boot camp stories. I could tell you about Gunnery Sergeant Bone explaining to me what the most expensive piece or what the best piece of equipment in the Marine Corps is. That's a story unto itself. It's a phenomenal story. I could tell you about the time that they almost set our guidon on fire. Our guidon is our platoon flag, and our Gunnery Sergeant Bone almost set it on fire because people weren't training properly. And basically, if that guidon, I don't think he was actually going to set it on fire, but if he had destroyed our guidon by burning it, we would have gotten fucked up for like the rest of boot camp. I know it was a psychological trick, but realistically, if we had disappointed our drill instructor so bad that he damaged our guidon, it would have just been slaughter until the end of boot camp. Anyways, there's also lots of funny stories with drill instructors fucking people up, me getting fucked up, sand fleas. There's all sorts of boot camp shit that I could get into, but realistically, I want to keep it moving. So, combat school. Okay. There's 2 combat schools for the Marine Corps. And if this has changed, then, sorry that my information is 20 years out of date, but I'm going to share it anyways. Sorry, hold on. Christian Blair says, Desi walks up on stage, pulls out a fake Glock and turns a base cap around on head. Well, Destiny is debating at Virginia Tech. Good. Then we'll have more content. So Pierce Morgan with Stephen. Oh, I didn't get that was a mass shooting joke. Jesus Christ, Christian Blair's. All right. Anyways, combat training. So you graduate boot camp, you get your EGA. I got to ring the bell. That's like kind of a huge thing. You're going on a company run. Your family is there. They're watching you running in your short shorts. And then you get to ring the bell. Some people out of a platoon of 50 people, I got to ring the bell. I was a squad leader. I earned squad leader. That's another story. I was really proud of that. I got to ring the bell at boot camp. So I got to like run up and there was this huge bell and I got to shake this rope and it was ringing in my ears and my kill hat was right next to me. It's like, faster, faster, faster. And, and I was probably smiling ear to ear at that point, even though you're not supposed to smile. And I was smiling ear to ear, ringing that fucking bell because I knew I'd made it. I knew I was hardcore enough. I knew I got my EGA. I knew I was good at drill. I knew I was good at kill. I knew I was a marksman. I knew that I was good at knowledge. And so if you're looking for like a sense of self-definition, that's the reason why people say once a Marine, always a Marine. That's why people say that shit. It's because the Marine Corps boot camp is such a spiritual experience that is hard. A lot of people say that it's not that physically difficult. And I think that's true to a degree because the run times are not that hardcore. If you're running less than an 8-minute mile by the time you leave boot camp, the drill instructors won't fuck with you. If you're doing more than 10 pull-ups by the end of boot camp, the drill instructors won't fuck with you. If you're doing 100 crunches or getting close to 100 crunches, nobody's going to be fucking with you. So the actual physical requirements of boot camp, I think, are not like, I think a CrossFitter is probably more in shape. Like a CrossFitter who goes 6 days a week, a CrossFitter is more in shape than the Marine who graduated boot camp. But the Marine will psychologically be able to do way crazier shit than the CrossFitter. Like, as an example, during the Crucible, we were doing an obstacle course. And we did the obstacle course, and then we ran back to the beginning of the obstacle course. And then we did the obstacle course again, and then we ran back to the beginning of the obstacle course. And so we did it 2 or 3 times. Well, when I was running back on the second time, I think, a drill instructor was like, bang, you don't have legs anymore. And so I just had to pretend that my legs didn't work. And so I had to use my upper body in order to drag my fucking corpse, my spiritual corpse, across the drill instructor thing. And then he said, bang, you can't use your abs. You can't use your abdomen. So then at that point, I couldn't like use my hips or my abs in order to help me worm across the field. And then he's like, bang, you can't use your arms anymore. Use your chin. And so I basically had to crawl across probably like, I don't know, 25 yards. Half of it I had to do with just my arms. And then another quarter of it I had to do without my without my abdomen. And then the last bit of it I had to do with my chin. And so it's kind of like, psychologically speaking, you just get trained to think, if I can't walk, I'll crawl. And I think they might have said this at some point. If you can't run, you walk. If you can't walk, you crawl. If you can't crawl, you drag yourself with your arms. If you can't drag yourself with your arms, you drag yourself with your fucking teeth. And that's the psychology of a Marine who actually successfully gets indoctrinated into the Marine Corps. And so that's why it's like once a Marine, always a Marine, is because you're expected to take that psychology and apply it to the rest of your life. So what was funny was right before I left for the Marine Corps, I got into a fight. I got jumped. It was by a guy named BJ, and he used to bump into me on purpose in the high school halls. And I was already kicked out of school. I already knew that I was enlisting. So I didn't really have anything to lose. And so I go to a house party with my very pretty girlfriend. And I'm not going to lie, like I'm a little embarrassing, I guess, that I'm like a stoner working at a pizza shop, thinking about joining the military. These are all rich kids. They're all going to like Ivy League schools. If they're not going to Ivy League schools, they're inheriting their dad's businesses. They all kind of like the like big dog motherfuckers. And so as a result, like I have a chip on my shoulder. And so I get a little bit drunk. Yeah, BJ. And BJ used to, because he knew that I was a troublemaker, he used to bump into me, and this was at the public school. He used to bump into me in the halls of the high school. And he used to be like, pussy. And like, I wouldn't do anything. And the reason why I wouldn't do anything is because I was already in trouble for the alcohol incident. I had already gotten suspended. I think if you get suspended like 2 or 3 times, you get expelled. And so he was big dogging me, even though he knew that I couldn't fight back, because at that time, it doesn't matter who starts the fight. If you get into a fight, you're both getting suspended. So he was fucking with me knowing that I couldn't fight back. And so I got wasted and I was like, oh, I see this motherfucker. I see him from across the party and I'm like, I'm gonna get him back. I'm gonna tag him back. And so I'm like wasted, like on a level of drunk. I'm like an 8 out of 10. And so what happens is he's walking through a pair of glass doors, and I walk up to him and I bump into him on purpose. I shoulder check him. And so BJ turns around and he's got all his lacrosse buddies. He's like, oh, what, bitch? You know, you think you could just run into me and I'm not going to do shit about it? Fuck you, you know, this, that, the other. And so he's got like the entire lacrosse team behind him because he plays lacrosse. And I didn't give a fuck. Now, I didn't know anything about fighting. I really didn't. I didn't know how to throw a punch. I didn't know how to take a punch. I didn't know how to do anything. So he's talking shit. I'm talking shit. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go for it. And so what I do is I just grab his head in a headlock. I run him 10 feet over to some bushes. I hip throw him into the bushes. And then I just hold on to him as he's trying to struggle out of the headlock. And the entire lacrosse team is behind him. So they chase me and they're punching my shoulders and my back. And they're like punching my head like over and over and over and over again, like as I'm like holding BJ and I'm not getting knocked out. Like, I don't know if there's something special about me. You know, I don't know if, you know, I'm a magical person, but I'm just not getting knocked out. And so these guys are just like 5 guys are just like raining blows onto my back and head and neck. And I'm just laughing. I'm like laughing as I have this little fucking punk pussy in my headlock. And then I'm laughing as they're beating the shit out of me. And so, so I get up. After a while, I kind of get bored of getting the shit kicked out of me. So I get up and I let him up. And then this like big lacrosse guy bear hugs me from behind. And he's like, no, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Stop. And so what ends up happening is BJ goes across the party. The entire lacrosse team lines up in front of him. And there's a bunch of girls that are like mad. You know, they're mad that I started the fight. And I would say my girlfriend was disappointed. But let's just say that I didn't like this crowd very much. So I didn't really care that she was disappointed. And so I'm like, let him go. Let him go. I'll fuck him up. Like, let him go. Let me go. Get off of me. Stop trying to butt fuck me. Like I'm yelling at the big lacrosse player. And realistically, like the lacrosse player, to his credit, the lacrosse player who bear hugged me, he wasn't trying to hurt me. He was trying to stop me from getting hurt. He was trying to stop me from charging into a crowd of 10 people who wanted to beat the shit out of me. So realistically, the guy who held me back, if I could buy him a beer and write him a thank you card, I would write him a thank you card. So thank you, you know, whoever saved me from charging into a crowd of 10 guys who were all desperate to beat my ass. Thank you. Okay. So anyways, so I'm kind of pissed about it. I get a black eye, you know, girlfriend's disappointed that I made a scene in front of all these people that she wants to be a cool girl in. I'll admit that that's part of the reason why we broke up was I knew that she cared about those people's opinions and I could not give a fuck less what those people thought about me. That was a little tension in the relationship. And so anyways, so we do that. So that fight, I was like drunk. I was angry. I was yelling. I was crazy. Okay. So I go to boot camp after this and I go to another party. I go to my friend Javier's party and honestly, he still owes me an apology. I'm never going to ask for one because I'm too proud to ask for an apology. But I go to one of my best friends from high school. I go to Javier Martinez's party after I graduated boot camp. And he's like, oh yeah, it's $20 a head. And he's like drunk. So he stumbles away into the party. And then there's like a couple of kids there who are like standing there like bouncers. And they're like, yeah, it's $20 a head. Go fuck yourself. And I'm like, it's 11 o'clock at night. I just got out of boot camp. You know, I'm not going to an ATM to pay you $20. I've known you for like, I don't know, 5 years. You can go fuck yourself. I know how short your fence is. So I jump his fence in order to get into the party. And I have a couple of friends with me. I have, I think my friend Will Langley maybe Alex O'Brien, and I had my girlfriend because we hadn't broken up yet. And so we jumped the fence into the party, and then the bouncers show up, and the bouncers, and this is after boot camp, okay? This is after boot camp. And so the bouncers kind of like I'm like hanging out, by the pool. I'm drinking a beer. I'm up against a cinder block wall. It's a big house. It's like a 4,000 square foot mansion. And so one of the drunk bouncers walks up to me and he's like, "Hey, you didn't pay the entrance fee." And I was like, "I've known Javier for 5 fucking years. Go get Javier if it's such a big deal. Fuck you." And he didn't like that. And then there was another bouncer who was like, "Yeah, fuck you. You need to pay. I don't give a shit if you're friends with Javier. You need to pay $20, blah, 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 blah." And I was like, "You know what? No, go fuck yourself." And so this guy, the smaller bouncer, cold cocks and goes, "What?" He jacks me right in the face. And I wasn't ready for it. I was not ready for it. Okay. So I was like, "Oh shit." And then I like grab him by the chest and I drag him into me because there's seriously 5 guys who are trying to punch me all at the same time. And then I was thinking to myself, this is part of the reason why I think the Marine Corps martial arts instructor, part of the reason why he was like, "Hey, you're going to think you're a ninja, but realistically, you're kind of an idiot. So don't like think that you're a ninja and go to parties and try to fight people because you're going to get your ass kicked." I think the reason why he said that is because of exactly what ended up happening. I kind of like the Marine Corps teaches you, especially boot camp, it kind of teaches you to think of yourself as like this badass warrior, kick-ass person. But realistically, 90% of the training is not teaching you how to kick somebody else's ass. It's teaching you how to get your ass kicked and ass for seconds. That's what it is. And so I kind of just like sat there for a second. Like I was like a drill instructor. I was like a boot. I was like a Marine Corps boot recruit on the line standing there holding this guy as 5 of his friends keep trying to punch me in the face, and they're landing some like glancing blows, but realistically, they're punching their friend in the back of the head. They're punching their friend in the back of the head, in the back of the shoulders, as much as they're hitting me. So I'm kind of using this guy as a human shield. He's so anyways, like I didn't have any cool moves. Okay. I didn't do any ninja moves. I didn't, Super Saiyan. I didn't do any backflips. I didn't throw any cool kicks. I didn't do anything. I just held that guy and let his friends punch him in the back of the head. And in his back, I just let his friends punch him in the back as many times as I could. And eventually Javier came over, and Javier was like, "Hey man, like, break it up. And then I was like, "Bro, we've known each other for 5 fucking years. You're trying to charge me $20. You can go fuck yourself." And he's like, "Listen, man, listen, like, I would have you at this party, but we spent a lot of money on booze and drugs. So we want everybody to chip in. And I can't have you at this party anymore because there are 10 guys who now want to beat the fuck out of you. So I actually think it would be best if you left." And like, I'm not like a super dramatic person. I can be at times, but I try not to be super dramatic. And I was like, "You know what? I think it's fucked up. I think it's fucked up that I just came back from boot camp. I think it's fucked up that you're not willing to just spot your buddy a friend, at $20. I think it's fucked up that, you're kind of, you want me to go to an ATM to get $20. And then when I jump the fence into your party, you blame me for the fight. I think it's fucked up, but I'm not going to freak out about it." And so that's kind of what my other friends who jumped the fence with me, that's kind of what they said, because some of them were there for the first fight and they were like, "Bro, like, what's wrong with you?" And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Normally when you get pissed off and you get into a fight, you're yelling, you're screaming, you're talking shit, you're going crazy, you're trying to fight people. And now you just got, 5 dudes trying to beat the fuck out of you and it's nothing." And that's kind of what like the Marine Corps psychology, like I noticed it rewired my brain. Like 5 dudes trying to beat my ass. The reason why I treated it like it was nothing was because it was nothing. I got hit harder by the drill instructor. I got hit harder by recruits during martial arts training. I experienced more pain online in boot camp. I experienced more physical pain working out, intensive training, defensive tactics, whatever you call it. I experienced more pain in 13 weeks of boot camp than any of those guys were capable of doing to me. And so as a result, I wasn't victorious. I wasn't proud of myself. As a matter of fact, I found the entire scenario a little cringe. And I kind of thought about doing some cringe things. Like I was like, I should find those guys and try to fight them, or I should confront them or whatever. Like I was thinking some cringe shit. Bear in mind, I was 19 at the time. I didn't do any of that. I just thought it. I just kind of went about my business. But realistically, the reason why I treated it like it was nothing was because psychologically it was. It was nothing. It was water off a duck's ass. I'd done infinitely worse shit over the previous 13 weeks than 5 guys trying to beat my ass. So anyways, we roll into combat training. And so for combat training, let's check in with chat real quick, okay? Christian Blair says they didn't know. I don't think they would have cared. Even if they knew that I was Javier's friend, they wouldn't have given a fuck. Melody says, how is Connor getting surrounded so often, Walt? Because I like to bite off more than I chew. That's a very common theme in young Connor's life, is biting off more than he can chew. Bud123 says they did not teach you the right martial arts to defend yourself from attackers. Apparently not. They taught me how to get my ass beat super well. I got my ass kicked like a champion. All right. Sacred Snow says, don't think you're a ninja and go to parties and get into fights. Morgan Freeman. But Connor took another bite of his crayon and dreamed of doing ninja moves at a party, so he did. Bud123 says the Marine Corps didn't teach you jiu-jitsu or judo. I mean, they taught us some moves, but realistically, like tan belt and gray belt are just not that advanced. You really don't get to learn how to grapple, fight, or spar until green belt, in my estimation. West Coast Girl says, what I just walk into, lol, is Connor drunk right now in a good way? No. I'm sober. I'm just telling war stories. It's just Abby says, what martial arts do you think he's going to learn that can 1 versus 5 people? Krav Maga. Oh, man. And then Light of Exor says, I remember first learning boxing in college. I still remember getting smashed hard in the face when I started sparring. Crazy how relaxed I felt after. Yeah. Exactly. Jonah Zilla says the Marine taught you how to tank blows. Yeah, that's what I would set the expectation with any person who joins the Marine Corps. You are not going to be a special forces operative by the time you leave boot camp. You will be better than you were. But the special forces guys go through an entire other pipeline that gives them a lot of other skills. So let me read these real quick. Grassroots gave another 50. Thank you, King. It's important for someone to experience some version of low impact humiliation because you are selecting for people who weren't born to thinking they were the best. The project is done when the project is successful. Yep. You got to be mission oriented, meaning that the job comes first. That's what I'm taking from the project is done when the project is successful. That's true. And then it's important to experience some version of low impact humiliation. Yeah. Losing or failing, you don't fail or lose until you're dead because you were selecting for people who weren't born thinking they were the best. Yes. The Marine Corps mentality is you have not failed until you're dead. That's the Marine Corps mentality. Grasser says, biting off more than you can chew and chewing it is how you learn to eat an elephant 1 bite at a time. Exactly. And that's another Marine Corps phrase that I picked up was, how do you eat an elephant 1 bite at a time? The reason why, by the way, guys, I'm just going to share. My personal life, I am not the best guy, okay? Mrs. Points will tell you, I am quite the abrasive, cynical douchebag to the point that it does affect, the way that we communicate. And I'm working on being less of a cynical, abrasive douchebag. However, I do blame my Irish upbringing, and I do believe, the Marine Corps and law enforcement didn't help. Okay? Just being real. It didn't help. Anyways, combat training. So I get in my alphas. Those are my dress uniforms. I travel to Camp Geiger, I want to say. It's Camp Lejeune, but it's like a subset camp that's like Camp Geiger. And this is a Marine Corps installation, and we go to combat training. So it's weird being a civilian for 30 seconds and then going right back into the Marine Corps. And I did break up with my girlfriend at the time on leave from boot camp. We like hooked up once or twice. We cried. We broke up. And I told her, I was like, listen, I'm going to be gone for another month. She said that she was loyal during the 13 weeks. I don't know if that's true. I hope it was true, but I don't know if it's true. And then we broke up when I was on leave, and I kind of told her, it's like, listen, I'm going to be gone for another month. I'm probably deploying overseas after that. I love you, but I don't think it's going to work. And I know there's a lot of other dudes. No offense, I'm not trying to be rude to anybody now or in the past, but I know there's a lot of dudes who are going to be hitting you up. And so, like, I love you, but I know that what's going to happen is going to happen. You're going to have an overseas boyfriend. You're going to get drunk. You're going to be hanging out with your friends. You're going to be doing whatever. And eventually some douchebag who is, kind of being the shoulder to cry on, he's going to make a move, and you're going to be drunk or stupid or sad enough to do it. And I don't want to do that. So, I'm sorry. Let's rip off the Band-Aid. And we ripped off the Band-Aid, and it was bad. It was real bad. Like, we were still into each other. And so basically, while I was still pursuing the Marine Corps, we were still in each other's orbit, I guess is the best way to say it. And we were not good to each other. I wasn't good to her. I think that plenty of people around that time would say, but we weren't technically together. But I wasn't nice to her, but she wasn't nice to me either. She did some things that I resented. Because her friends were my friends. Like we had extended friends, and she ended up dating one of my friends, which I kind of knew was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen eventually. So she ended up dating one of my friends, and also, it just wasn't good. It just wasn't good. We couldn't let each other go, but with the situation the way that it was, all we did was destroy each other. Every time we talked, every time we tried to hang out, if I was on leave, all we did was hurt each other. And so that probably went on for about a year, maybe a year and a half. We were still in communication, even though we were broken up. And eventually it became so toxic and so bad that I just told her, like, hey, listen, I'm sorry, I can't communicate with you anymore. Like, I can't talk to you anymore. Like, I still, obviously, there's a whole mix of feelings on your end, and there's a whole mix of feelings on my end. There's a reason why we continue to communicate. It's young love, but we're destroying each other, so I got to go. And then I hung up. I never called back. I don't think she ever called back. She might have called me once or twice after that, but I didn't pick up, and then we just let it die. And that was tough, man. That was tough. Killing young love in order to grow up is a tough pill. That is a tough thing to do, to kill puppy love in order to grow up. Woof, 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 woof. So, anyways, just checking up with chat real quick before we go on. Big store, or it's just Abby says your abrasive attitude is like half the reason for that spat with Sitch and Adam. Lol. True. Christian Blair says, outside of you handling detainees, if you're using your hands, your situation is fucked. Maybe. Young Connor was wise beyond his years. Yes, but he still suffered. That's the one thing. You can make the exact right analytical choice. And I think I did, okay? Based off of the situation I was in, based off of what I wanted to achieve in life, based off of our youth, our inexperience, our immaturity, I think I made the exact right decision. That being said, I still suffered. I still suffered the emotional fallout of my rational decision. And so that's where, for me, I do make jokes that, like, Steven is a sociopath. The reason why I think Steven is a sociopath is because he makes the rational decision based off of his internal calculus. And then if there's something that hurts him, in my opinion, he kind of has a switch where he can flip, and then he no longer suffers the emotional consequences of those things, because he just says, oh, it wasn't going to work out. Relationships are temporary. Who knows? Who gives a fuck? Fuck them. I'm moving on. And so I did that psychologically, both in the Marine Corps and before the Marine Corps when I was moving around all the time. I had that switch in my brain that I could flip, and then I could just become like the most callous, sociopathic motherfucker that you've ever met in your entire life. But I do think I am more sensitive to Steven in that that switch doesn't stay flipped. I can't flip that switch and not suffer forever. That's like a temporary switch that I can flip. And then 6 months later, all those emotions come back. What ends up happening though is that for that 6 months, I'm psychologically functional. I can do what needs doing because I can temporarily flip the switch. Bud123 says, why would you presume that she would cheat on you? Mostly the crowd that she was running with. I'm not trying to be too stereotypical, but the crowd that she was running with was basically Days of Our Lives for rich kids. You know, it was Tommy is a multi-millionaire son of a dentist who drives a Cadillac Escalade, and he likes Jesse, but Jesse and him got into a fight. So Jesse was upset. So she got, brown out drunk. But then Max, who she's had a crush on for like a year, they made out. And then, now Max and Jesse got into a fist fight. And like, dude, it's just like, it's like that times a million and forever. Okay. There was endless amounts of like high school bullshit intrigue where somebody gets upset with somebody, so they hook up with somebody else, and then they're fighting because they're upset that they hooked up with somebody else, and it was just a fucking mess. So knowing that she was in that crowd, I'm just, I just kind of figured like it was a matter of time. She might have had more discipline than most girls. She might have been more loyal than most girls. But in my opinion, it was a matter of time. That's just like how life works. Goddamn, I'm glad I broke both shoulders and ribs before I was set to ship out for boot camp. Well, you missed out on an incredible adventure, friend. Paul says, I tend to do something similar, but it turns you into a monster. True. Young Arnark says, yeah, that's rough. Getting punished even though you did the best you could do. This is tragedy of life. It's like the lesson from the Odyssey. Yeah. You make the best choices and you live with the consequences. It is what it is. Living in an extra soap opera from his teen years. Yeah. Like sand in an hourglass, so are the days of our lives. True. Damn, it's like the movie Never Back Down, but Connor never learned BJJ to teach the rich kids the lesson. True. I actually love that movie too. Steven is a psychopath because he has some hedonistic sex urges that override like 100% of all of his other considerations. Yeah. TS Phantom says, dang, you're a better man than me, Connor. I would have texted you. It's not you, it's me from overseas. Was your ex-girlfriend of good character? Mixed character. She was incredible in some ways and she was incredibly cruel in other ways. So, it doesn't matter. Let's not cry over spilt milk, ladies and gentlemen. It's that's life. I need some refreshment. Okay. So I was an emotional mess from the breakup, but the Marine Corps was still sucking me in with some awesome shit. Okay. Like legitimately so fucking cool. And this is where it's going to get a little dark and it's going to get a little fucked up. And I don't expect civilians to understand it. But I do expect you to maybe see it through my eyes. Even if you don't agree emotionally, just see it through my eyes. Okay. So I show up to combat training, and what's going on is all of my combat trainers are Afghan and Iraq vets. Okay. Every single one of them. Every single one of them has deployed to the Philippines, has deployed to Afghanistan, or deployed to Iraq. And some of them have deployed to either 2 or 3 of those locations. And they're all infantry or combat arms instructors. It means that they've either killed people or they've helped kill people. I'm talking about artillerymen. I'm talking about forward observers. I'm talking about infantrymen. I'm talking about Mars. I don't think we had any MARSOC guys, but we did have some Marine, not Raiders. Raiders is MARSOC. We had some Force Recon guys. We had some bad motherfuckers in combat school. School of Infantry is the longer class. So School of Infantry is for anybody who's combat arms, and that's like a 60-day course. Marine combat training is for person other than grunt, meaning that people who are non-infantry and non-combat arms. And so it's only 30 days. But what happened was we were a smaller class. We only had 50 people. So we had fire watch every single night. and they only had 6 hours of sleep time per night. And then if you had Firewatch, which we had every other day, there was an hour taken out of that. So basically, we only got 5 hours of sleep for a month. Okay? 5 hours of sleep for a month while you're living out of cans, sleeping outside or sleeping in a can, eating MREs, shooting guns almost every single day, doing martial arts every single day, learning combat shit every single day. It was legitimately one of the most tired I've ever been in my entire life. And it's also one of the most psychotically awesome times of my life. And so, just as an example of a few stories, I had a guy who was my best friend. I can see his face, I can see his head. I can't remember his name. His name would come back to me if I thought about it for long enough. Elias. Elias. Dude, Elias was my bro. If Dakota was my bro from boot camp, then Elias was my bro from combat school. So we were just bros. We were battle buddies. We did everything together. We slept, if we had a bunk bed, we slept in the same bunk. If we slept outside, we slept near each other. We went to piss, we would piss together. When we went to shit, we would shit together. When we dug a fire, like a fire stoop, we had to, with an e-tool, we had to dig a fighting hole. And so we dug a fighting hole together. And one of the craziest, coolest, most visceral moments of the combat training was we're digging, effectively preparing to repel an enemy's assault. Now it's just training. So the enemy is instructors with AK-47s that have blank fire adapters on them. So they're just shooting blanks. Okay. Nobody's going to get killed. All right. But we're digging a firing trench, expecting combat instructors to come out of the woods and shoot at us at any moment with blanks. And we're supposed to return fire with blanks. And then a Harrier, and I think it was a Harrier and a Osprey buzz our fighting line. They were so close, I could see the pilots. It was so awesome. Let me show you this, okay? Let me show you a Harrier and let me show you an Osprey. God, it was so fucking cool. It seriously, I know that for anybody who's like infantry or anybody who's like special forces, if they listen to me talk about my my Marine Corps career, they'll be like, "Oh, this guy's a pussy. He didn't do shit." But realistically, there's just some things that look so cool, they just pop into your mind. So, Harrier fighter jet. So this is a subsonic jet that was built in the 60s and 70s that was capable of vertical takeoff and landing. This thing can take off and land like a helicopter. And so as a result of that, the Marine Corps adopted them because even though they're subsonic, they're still capable of carrying missiles and bombs that let them operate from helicopter carriers. And it basically gives the Marine Corps the ability to get into fighter aircraft fights while using extremely small ships. Okay. Then there was also an Osprey, VTOL. So an Osprey is a mix of a helicopter and an airplane. This was coming out exactly when I was in the service. And so it has a terrible safety record because while they were making it, it crashed a whole bunch of times and it killed like entire platoons of people by crashing. But it looks so fucking sick, bro. It looks so sick. So the Osprey is amazing. So I have an Osprey and a Harrier buzz me while I'm digging a fighting hole and I'm expecting to shoot my assault rifle at combat instructors who are going to ambush me with Russian weapons. It was so fucking cool. And also bear in mind, I had already played Half-Life. So I'm in the Marine Corps getting buzzed by the V-22 Osprey aircraft, but I'm getting buzzed by the real one after having played Half-Life the video game and fought the Heck You Marines who are the Marines in Half-Life. Half-Life Hecu Marines, who were deploying out of Ospreys. It was like legitimately some of the coolest shit that I've seen in my life. Like basically, I wasn't this guy, but I was the guy who did paperwork for this guy, who trained with this guy, and I was hanging out, watching his transport plane and his fighter jet fly past me while I'm in a fighting position. It was so fucking sick, bro. It was so cool. Just like one of the coolest moments. Anyways, back to it. Let me pull you guys up. Let me pull you over here so I can look into your souls. And all right, so digging holes, whatever. Elias is my boy. We're all sleep deprived. We do crazy shit. Like we throw grenades. We shoot M250 cal machine guns. We fire M240 Bravo machine guns. One of us gets to shoot an AT4, which is an anti-tank rocket. And it was so cool because like there was a hurricane rolling in at the exact time. And it didn't hit us directly, but it kind of hit us a little bit. And so there's these big bands of clouds and the rain is coming in sideways. And there's like sun peeking through the hurricane because the hurricane's kind of dissipating. And then one of my friends, he shoots a fucking anti-tank rocket at a tank. It spanks into the side of the tank and then it kind of detonates. And then we watch the explosive ripple because he shot a fucking missile and there's a shockwave from the explosion. The explosion does a shockwave that comes all the way back up, maybe like 100 yards, and it slaps us in the face while simultaneously we watch all of the grass in a perfect circle spread out across like a hurricane field. There were so many like beautiful, destructive, visceral, weird moments in combat school like that, where like it feels so surreal, like shooting at night with night vision goggles and lasers. That was fun. That was awesome. Getting to see the rocket was awesome. Firing the Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher was awesome. Shooting the M250 cal was awesome. Shooting the 240 Bravo machine gun was awesome. The combat instructors would show us like videos of their deployments because they had taken handheld cameras and gotten into gunfights, and some random dickhead in the fire team would seriously, he'd have his like rifle in his left hand, or he would have his rifle in his right hand while he was videotaping with his left hand, and they would be like videotaping them fighting in the Battle of Fallujah. It was so cool. It was so cool. It was honestly some of the most bad as a motherfucker shit. And I'll share a story with you right now, okay? I want you to change your psychology real quick. I want you to change your psychology to that of, if you do not kill the opposing side, you will die. Okay? In the civilian context, in America, we have guns. Okay? But we're kind of taught that all human life has some value and some dignity. Okay? All human life has some value. And so oftentimes, when we watch TV shows, when we watch law enforcement stuff, when we watch even crime shows, there's a hesitation to killing. And yet, with the infantry and with our combat instructors, they tell us that hesitation is death. Lack of discipline is death. Being unwilling to kill your enemy is death. And so as a result, you need to eliminate that hesitation from your mind. That hesitation that civilians believe is moral, that hesitation that we all feel instinctively, or some of us feel instinctively, that hesitation is immoral and it will get you killed. And that's what they teach you. And that's what they drill into your brain for 13 weeks of Marine Corps boot camp. And they drill into your brain for 4 weeks of combat school is don't hesitate, don't hesitate, don't hesitate, don't hesitate, don't hesitate, don't hesitate. Make a move. Okay. And so there was this guy Total fucking psycho. I could tell this guy was fucked up. He was probably on his 3rd divorce. He was probably an alcoholic, but he was a combat instructor and he was terrifying. This was one of the most terrifying human beings I've ever met in my life. And he's like, hey, we all joined the Marine Corps to kill people, right? And I was like, no. I didn't say that, but I thought that. He's like, we all joined the Marine Corps so we could see that pink mist and get that blood going, right? And I was like, no. I joined for the GI Bill. I joined for college. And he's like, good. You know, we all love blood. We all love death, right? We all love killing people, right? And I was like, oh my God, what the fuck? so this guy's like, you want to hear the first time I killed a man? And again, it's like me and like 20 or 30 other like 19-year-old pogues, like, you know, 19-year-old other non-infantry guys. And you can kind of tell in the room that like everybody's uncomfortable, but nobody wants to say anything. And so we're like, hoorah. And so this guy, he's like, yeah. So I was out in the Philippines and we were hunting these jihadist pirates. And at that point, I hadn't even heard about the Philippines, right? Because the 2 wars that we were talking about the most was Afghanistan and Iraq. But we were in the Philippines fighting the war on terror as well. And we were helping Philippine special forces and Philippine military fight down or hunt down Muslim jihadist rebels against the central government. We helped them do that. And so this guy was like, yeah, so we'd been hunting these guys for like weeks and we couldn't catch them. And every time that we found their camp, you know, that they had just like put out the fire and they had just fled. And so we were getting sick of that shit. So what we did is we decided, we knew that this village was one of their villages. And so we set up on a river and there was obviously a bridge where, you know, it was a fallen tree and they crossed right there. And so what we did is we set up a claymore on our side of the bridge. And then we hung out in the grass for like hours, just waiting for these Philippine insurgents to show up. And then, you know, eventually they did. And we heard some muttering across the bench, we heard some mumbles across the way. And so we all got real quiet and we all got real still. And we just hung out, you know, right next to this river. And then they started crossing it, but we waited for like 2 or 3 of them to cross it. That way we could get the most amount of them. And then there were 2 or 3 of them on the bridge. And then guess what I did? I detonated the claymore. And you know what it looked like? And everybody's like terrified. Everybody's like freaked the fuck out by this psycho guy with this like glee. He has like a glimmer in his eye. He has like, his eyes are shining, but he has like the 1,000-yard stare at the same time. Like he's excited and he's reliving it. And he has a borderline like sexual level of arousal about talking about killing people. And he's like, I watched 3 people turn into pink mist. I was like, holy shit. Like, I was not ready for that level of fucked upness. And the reason why, you know, like it's the Marine Corps. Like, you know, you're gonna be talking about killing people. The job of the Marine Corps is to kill people. The job of the American military is to kill people. So you're kind of like ready on some level for violence to obviously be a part of the job, and for maybe even people to be excited about violence. Like that's like acceptable. What you're not really ready for is like a 6 foot, 250-pound steroided guy talking with like zealous, borderline demonic glee about slaughtering 3 jihadist insurgents with a claymore. And for those of you who don't know, okay, I'm going to show you a claymore on Google search real quick. A claymore is a shaped charge, okay? So they put the explosive into a U shape, all right? Claymore mine. Let me show you this shit. And so what's going on with a claymore mine is it has these fucking BBs. Okay, look at this. Look at this bee's nest of BBs inside the claymore mine. And it's shaped like a U. where the U is facing you, but the front towards enemy. The reason why they put front towards enemy on this thing is because there's probably a few guys who learned the hard way that the front was supposed to go towards the enemy. But what happens is when you trigger this thing, when there's enemies nearby, all these BBs fly out along with the explosive, and they just rip people to shreds. And so effectively what this guy told me is that not only did he smoke 3 people with a Claymore mine, but also they were so close to the mine that he effectively evaporated them. That's some crazy shit. So after that, they got into like a 20-minute gunfight. They killed another few insurgents, whatever, and they called it a successful mission. But I just want you to I'm trying to give you an inside scoop into the psychology of a Marine, let alone the psychology of an infantryman, let alone the psychology of an infantryman who did crazy shit during their service. That wasn't the only story. I got like a billion other hardcore stories from veterans from the combat school. My combat instructors were Fallujah veterans. Like half of them had been in the Second Battle of Fallujah, the largest battle in the Iraq War. And they had some crazy fucking stories. So, anyways, let me catch up with chat a little bit, and then I'll do some more combat school. It's just Avi says, wait, how old is the Osprey? It was probably in development in the 90s and the thousands. It started flying in the thousands. Christian Blair says the Osprey was made in '89, but it didn't enter service until 2007. Maintenance was a bitch and not worth it, which is why the Marines no longer use it. The Harrier, I mean. Yep. That's why we switched to the F-35. F-35s are probably still a bitch, but they're stealth and they're vertical takeoff and landing. Jung Onarch says, I remember the Ospreys because I watched Transformers as a kid, but unfortunately there was an Osprey Transformer. Haha. No, that's exactly it. Military propaganda came through the Transformer movies and it was awesome. So I'm just gonna thank you guys real quick, because even though we've had a smaller stream, we've been between 60 and 70 people all day. I understand people are busy or whatever, but I've just been yapping about military experience for the past 3 hours, and we still had 12 super chats. So thank you, Grassroots, for the 20 gifted. Thank you, It's Just Avi, for the 5 gifted, the $5. Thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for the 20. Gen X with the 10. Newman with the 10. Grassroots with another 20. Test Dummy Human with the subscription renewal. Christian Valeris with the $100. Gen X with the 5. Grassroots with the 10. Test Dummy Human with the 50. And Grassroots with the 50. Thank you for your super chats. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out. I know we got a smaller chat, but I'm having a great ass time. So I don't, maybe not every single day, but once a week we could do something like this. Christian Layer says, a lot of helicopters that aren't standing a chance against, sorry, my neck's starting to hurt, so I'm going to move you guys over here. A lot of helicopters, those aren't standing a chance against combat drones. True. It's just obvious as Connor was a nerdy enough Marine to know the aircraft strafing him. True. Jung Aronark says, yes, heck you, but they also fought against the government, Black Ops agents during the Black Mesa incident for the same reason. True. Uncle Fatty says, I'm by Geiger Field and Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. They still run a few Ospreys for force fire patrol with C-130s and refuel crews. That's cool. Tracer rounds while on mushrooms is pretty based. Hold on, babe. Let me just change my psychology real quick. True. Hesitation is defeat. Sekiro. True. Then again, I wasn't raised by pacifists. Yep. Young Arnark says, which is true. Your life is literally determined by the milliseconds or millimeters. Yes. Do you think that they seek out the psychos to be instructors? No, but they do find the most experienced combat instructors, which are oftentimes psychotic. How can you kill women and children? Don't lead them so much. Exactly. Full Metal Jacket joke. Yes. Sekiro playthrough when? I don't know. When instead of making, you guys are helping a lot, but I don't think that I can base my entire career off of 60 diehard fans. I don't think that's fair to you guys. But when we're making 6 or 7 figures, absolutely, I will take chill days to do chill shit. Did bro sound like a ghoul from Fallout? He sounded exactly the way that I imitated his voice. So we hid in the bushes. Then we saw some insurgents, but they were dressed up as civilians. They were clever. Bruh, a claymore is the best greatsword. True. Today is the day. So popular, Russians and Chinese developed their own versions. True. Always good to have under the front porch just in case ice shows up. True. Search Clay the Claymore for the casket Claymore you ever did see. let's make a children's show about Clay the Claymore. Dice 5 says, I can only imagine Connor's Osprey to be how I'd read if I saw, heard, and felt a goddamn siege tank convert into siege mode. Yep. Small story news chat, large drama slop chat. I know. Small story / news chat is better than large drama slop chat. I know, but you gotta follow the metrics to some degree. Anyways, rolling on because I still got momentum. Okay, I still got momentum in my brain for this. So my combat instructor was a designated marksman, which means that he got issued an M16A4, and he was basically responsible for intermediate distance shooting during the Battle of Fallujah. He smoked a few people. I of course met the Claymore guy. I had a combat engineer who had a friend who drove a bulldozer, who cut a guy in half with a bulldozer. I have all sorts of crazy stories from the Battle of Fallujah, but I don't want to. Each one of them, each combat story that I have relayed to me from a Fallujah veteran, it deserves its own 5 to 20 minute story. So I don't want to. I can give you the overview, but I don't want to try to rush through them and make them only 30 seconds or 2 minutes because each story is fucking insane. And so I love each story, and I think they deserve their own level of like narrative gravitas. So Vargo the Fox says, been here since the butthole doctor, checked into work and was in for the story while getting swamped. Based. Oh, anyways. So the other funny thing about combat school, not only did we get to shoot machine guns, shoot grenade launchers, shoot rockets, get crazy cool stories from combat instructors, learn how to do like grass camouflage on your face, learn hand and arm signals, learn how to move as a tactical column. We also did like a urban terrain training in urban terrain where we basically did room clearing with blank weapons and fake grenades. We threw real grenades. We did all sorts of cool shit. It was legitimately fucking awesome. The one thing that was not awesome was getting 5 hours of sleep per night. And what happens is once you hit like the 3 or 4 week mark, you just start getting delirious. Like you start barely functioning. And so Elias and I, we were in a class and we had to I was falling asleep. Like my eyes were so heavy that my eyes were closing. And then he would punch me in the shoulder as hard as he could. And then he would be falling asleep the same way where his eyes were like closing. And then I would turn around and punch him as hard as I could in order to keep him awake. And we did that back and forth for an entire 45-minute class, because if either one of us stopped punching the other guy, we would have both fallen asleep and we would have both gotten fucked up by combat instructors. So the combat instructors were teaching us shit and they were watching us punch each other as hard as we possibly could in order to keep awake. It was fucking crazy. And then same thing, people were doing all sorts of crazy shit in order to stay awake. They were like taking the dried coffee packets from MREs and they were taking the coffee grinds that dissolve in water and they were pouring it into their lip as if it was like a dip. They were pouring it into their lip as if it was a dip. And then they were also taking hot sauce and they were dropping it into their eyeballs in order to keep themselves awake. It was psychotic, but we made it. So made it through boot camp, made it through combat school. I could tell you another billion stories about specific stories from the combat guys, but I get to the fleet. And in the fleet, I'm not going to lie, that was like the worst. Okay. It just was the worst. I hated Okinawa, Japan with every fiber of my being. It's hotter than Florida. It's more muggy than Florida. Our base was locked down from midnight to 5. Even if I was not of age drinking. I was like 19 years old, but everybody drank, right? Marines are going to drink. And so we were locked down from midnight to 5 a.m. And so you're not allowed out until 2 or 3. The bars are still closing down at 2 or 3. There's not a lot of women. And the reason why there's not a lot of women is because Okinawa is already a small island. The Marine Corps, I think, has a 20-to-1 male to female ratio. And then there are women of loose morals on the island, but the male to female ratio is so bad, that like people are like sharing. They're like sharing girlfriends. Or the girlfriend has multiple boyfriends and doesn't tell all the boyfriends that she has multiple boyfriends. Or if you're a female Marine, you got multiple boyfriends and everybody knows about each other and they don't care. It got like really gross. Like part of the reason why I'm like anti-degeneracy is because I saw what a extreme culture that is obsessed with sex but doesn't have access to sex. I saw what that does to people, and it makes them fucking monsters. Like it makes them really, really, really gross. And so somebody is saying blonde soldiers. So blonde soldiers was before my time. Okay. So in Japan, it was rumored in the 1990s that it was fashionable for Japanese people are they're huge into conformity. A lot of them really like to conform to like pop culture trends. And so if you were blonde haired and light eyed in the 1990s, apparently women flocked to you. Well, what ended up happening was because hip hop pop culture was huge in the thousands, hip hop, being black, was the cool thing. And so the blonde guys were getting shot down left, right, and center. The black guys, no matter how ugly you were, you could look like a human foot, and the black guys were picking up chicks. It was crazy. And so part of the reason why I understand racism, by the way, is because Japanese people are kind of racist to everybody, including Americans. And some Japanese people were specifically racist against white guys in favor of black guys. And so can I really complain? Can I really complain? Like Japanese chicks kind of gave me like a side eye a few times, and I tried to dance with them a few times and they kind of gave me side eye and, walked away or whatever. I saw black guys who looked like human feet picking up very attractive women. Meanwhile, white guys couldn't get a date. Should I really be racist against the Japanese? Not really. I probably have like 1/1000th the experience of being a black guy in America. Okay. So if I could not imagine, because I'm sure this has happened to probably most black guys, I could not imagine approaching any woman of any race who I found attractive and asking them to dance or asking them for a drink and then having them sneer. I mean, like curled lip, flared nose, sneer because they found your demographic so unattractive. And I have to assume that with black men, no offense to black men and no offense to racist white men, but I have to assume that with black men, it's probably like, you can probably still do well. There are probably still plenty of white women who like black men. There are probably still plenty of Asian women who like black men. There's probably still plenty of Hispanic women who like black men. But the anti-black stereotypes that are so prevalent, I have to assume that when you go up to ask women if they want to date or if they want to dance or if they want to drink or something like that, you probably experienced the sneer more than I have. I only experienced the sneer once or twice, and it made me dislike Japanese people. If that was my whole life, I could see how you might get racist if a broader culture is treating you poorly. I can understand how you would get racist off of that. Grassroots 20 says, not the same stakes, but engineering school, it was the same. Buddy punched my arm instead of my face, and my elbow slid off the table, and that's why I probably can't have kids. Based. Young women, you mean not their parents? Not sure what you're referencing. Oh no, Connor, went at the worst time. I did. I know a guy who went to college in Taiwan, Ukrainian, so white girls called him Banana Prince. Based. Good luck to the Banana Prince. And apparently mainland Japan is better than Okinawa. Okay. So if somebody tells you, oh, I went to Japan and I had an awesome time, ask them, did you go to Okinawa or did you go to mainland Japan? And apparently mainland Japan is more cultured, I suppose, more tolerant of the whites. And then also with Okinawa, some people had a blast. And the way that they had a blast is they went snorkeling, they went to the museums, they went to the battle sites, They did all the touristy shit. They did all the touristy shit, and so they had a great time. Young Anarch says, it would be the opposite in Japan. Were they not successful because East Asia does not like darker skin? Yeah. Yep. You would think that they would like the whites, but still. This is why Connor understands incel groyper so well. Unironically, yes. Yes, I understand incel and volcel, both because I have ugly duckling syndrome. I was pretty not attractive in middle school, and then I think I hit a flow late in high school, and then I think I hit a flow in early adulthood that helped me both understand incels and volcels and the chads. I myself do not claim to be a chad. I do not think I am a chad. I think I have some chad attributes, but I also think I have some incel attributes as well. Bruh, going into the sticks in Japan was really eye-opening in terms of how racist Japan can get. Yep. Yeah, Japan can be super fucking racist, 100%. Let me show you something, though, because it's kind of cool. I think it's cool. Let me show you my tattoo, because a huge thing in Japan is tattoos, okay? So I got dye-free on my hips. So it won't get too pervy, but I got dye-free on my hips. I got a wolf on my ribs. I got a nautical star, which is a naval symbol, and somebody told me it says, "I will always come home." And then I think I got a pretty sick sleeve from Banten Tattoo Studio, right outside of Air Force Base Fatema in Japan. Let me show you my quarter sleeve. I fucking love my quarter sleeve. All right, so my quarter sleeve is a skull. It has a halo of bullets jammed into it. And then I have a Japanese dragon that wraps itself around the skull into Japanese style clouds on my arm. And that was this. That was 21 hours of work. And so I got a shitload of tattoos because when you're young and dumb and filled with alcohol and you're a Marine and you think you might die in the next couple of years, you get tattoos. It's kind of what you do. Banten Tattoo Studio. Okinawa. Is this Banten out of Okinawa? So let me see if they got it. Banten Tattoo Studio, Okinawa. It's an awesome tattoo studio. And what was cool about it, I don't think they have social media. They might not. Yeah. Let me see if the description is in Okinawa. Pro team sponsor, Big Wasp official. I don't think this is it. Anyways, the point is that the tattoo studio, what was funny about the tattoo studio was it was right outside an Army or an Air Force base, or it was a Marine Corps Air Station. I forget. I think it was a Marine Corps Air Station. But anyways, I went there and there's a picture of Charlie Kirk, not Charlie Kirk, Charlie Sheen. If it was Charlie Kirk, that would have been insane because Charlie Kirk was like a kid. Charlie Sheen was on the wall getting a tattoo at Banten Tattoo Studio. There's a picture of a drunk Charlie Sheen getting a devil's head forearm tattoo at that tattoo studio. And so what was cool was the leader of the tattoo studio. I think he was what was he? Yakuza. He was Yakuza. He was missing his ring finger and he was missing his pinky finger. And he was full Japanese tatted up. He had sleeves. he had leg sleeves, he had chest sleeves, and he wore like the traditional Japanese like undergarb. And you could see like basically from neck down, from neck to wrist, and all the way down to ankle, covered in tattoos. And he was missing his ring and pinky finger. And then my tattoo artist, Taka, I love Taka, dude. I would buy Taka a beer right now. He was so nice and he was such a good artist. Taka was his understudy. So I got my tattoo from a understudy of a Japanese Yakuza who had lost 2 fingers and tattooed Charlie Sheen. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And then also the Yakuza were out there, but they were super quiet. Okay. And what I mean by that is with like the Italian mafia in the Northeast or the Irish mafia in the Northeast, particularly in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, they were loud. They would kill each other. They would get into gang disputes. Also, same thing with like African American gangsters. African American gangsters obviously get into trouble. They shoot each other. They deal drugs. They fight over territory. They do all that kind of shit. Japanese Yakuza don't do that. As far as I could tell, Japanese Yakuza operated very quietly in the background of society. They had control, as far as I know. There was a place called Soapyland, which was for Nuru massage. If you want to Google it, you can, but it's a sensual, full body oil shower massage that can lead to hanky panky. They ran those brothels. They also ran the red light districts. There were 2 red light districts. They ran both of those districts. They ran the spice shops. There was a spice store. Spice is rosmarinic acid. It's an alternative to marijuana. That became a thing probably a year and a half into me being in Okinawa. Rosmarinic acid doesn't pop on drug tests. So a lot of people started abusing synthetic marijuana, and the Yakuza, as far as I know, ran the spice shops. Then they also, I think they probably took protection money. There was something called Buy Me Drinky Girls. Those were Thai. Oh, no, they weren't Thai. They were Filipino. Those were Filipino girls. So what happened was a madam who lived in Okinawa, but was Filipino and spoke Tagalog and spoke all the languages. She spoke Japanese, Tagalog, and every madam was the same. They spoke English, they spoke Tagalog, and they spoke Japanese. And so what they do is they go to poor islands in the Philippines. They recruit young girls of age, but let's face it, there were probably some 16-year-olds in there. And they recruit teenage girls in order to go work at the Buy Me Drinky clubs. And when you go work at the Buy Me Drinky clubs, you technically don't have to engage in any sex act whatsoever. Like technically, you don't have to. However, what happens is young men, Japanese men, lonely Japanese men, and also American military service members, they go there, and the transaction is that you buy a drink, you buy them like a $15 drink, and then they sit with you and they talk with you for 30 minutes. Now, the whole point of that, though, is to set the social pretext where some girls are looking for their husbands, okay? They're actually there not to hook up with everybody, but they're there to find either a Japanese husband or to find an American military service member husband. And the reason why is because that's like a golden ticket. Because some of the places in the Philippines are so poor that a woman can make in a night what her family makes in a month, even with the madam taking a cut, even with the Japanese people taking a cut, they can make an absurd amount of money compared to what they make at home. But then what happens is some of them become prostitutes and they sell their bodies. And then some of them will either find a lonely Japanese guy or a lonely American service member. They will marry them. And then because they marry them, they're obviously going to take some of those social benefits and some of that income, and they're going to send it home. And so it's a economically desperate, socially, ethically fraught situation that's kind of fucked up. And I'm pretty sure the Yakuza have a hand in that as well. At least they probably get paid some level of protection for those districts. But those districts do result in prostitution. They also result in marriage. I probably knew 2 or maybe 3 guys. I think 3 guys would probably be fair. I probably knew 3 guys who ended up with a Filipino wife who they met through the Buy Me Drinky clubs. Now, bear in mind, I've met tens of thousands of Marines. So, like, statistically, it's not that big, but it happens. It happens. So, anyways, that was kind of bananas. And I got told when I showed up in Okinawa, I fucking hated Okinawa. I hated the Midnight Liberty. I hated the working parties. I hated people bursting into my room randomly in order to force me deep clean everything. I hated how muggy it was. My job was super boring. Everybody was an alcoholic. It just was not a good time for me. I was a pretty grumpy guy in Japan. Now, part of that was probably because I broke up with my girlfriend and then I flew halfway across the world to a place that I didn't like. But, it is what it is. And so I got told when I first showed up, they told me like, "Oh, you're not deploying." They're like, "Okinawa doesn't deploy." And I was like, "Why the fuck did my recruiter tell me to go here? I want to deploy. I want to go to Iraq. I want some ribbons. I want to, I want to see some cool shit." And they were like, "Well, that's not happening. So tough shit. You're here for 2 years." So I kind of resigned myself to being there for 2 years. And then what ended up happening, though, was Okinawa stood up a unit called CLB-4, okay? Combat Logistics Battalion 4. And what had happened was there's 3 Marine divisions. One is on the west coast of California. One is on the east coast in Camp Lejeune. One of them is in Japan. And the 4th one, I think, is a reserve whatever. And so what ended up happening was the Japanese Marines complained so much, saying, "We never get to go to Iraq. We never get to go to Iraq. We never get to go to Afghanistan. We want to go. We want to go. We want to go. We want to go." That headquarters Marine Corps said, "All right, fuck you. You can go." And so they stood up a battalion, and I got picked for the battalion. And so that's kind of funny. One of the psychologically interesting things is like, yeah, I'm depressed. I'm anxious. I'm angry. I've had a lot of cool experiences, but I lost my girlfriend. I'm miserable. I'm on the other side of the world. There's, strippers and there's Filipino prostitutes and that's all crazy shit. And everybody's getting drunk and everybody's, being crazy. This fucking sucks. This entire thing sucks. And then they're like, "Hey, happy birthday." Because it was my birthday. "You're going to Iraq with CLB-4. And I was like, what the fuck? Because I'd been talking shit about how I wanted to deploy. I was talking shit about how I wanted to go to Iraq. I was talking shit about how I wanted to, get a deployment under my belt before I got out of the service. And then all of a sudden they're like, "You're going." And I was like, oh shit. I was talking all that crazy shit. I can't be a pussy now. Can't be a pussy now. Oh, I can't be a pussy now. So yeah. So right there, I've been talking for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. We are bumping between 50 and 70 viewers. I understand people have other shit to do. But I'm gonna draw a fork in the road and I'm gonna let chat kind of decide for me. Okay. So you guys have already oiled. Out of the people who are here and even the people who aren't here, you guys have already oiled. The super chats were fucking insane today. Thank you for your support. However, I know there's people who might be hanging on, hoping that I eventually get to some content. We could do content. If you wanted to pick, if you wanted to go into an Andrew Wilson debate or a Destiny debate or the Virginia Tech stuff or whatever, we could do that. If, however, you just want to keep rolling with the Marine Corps experience, I could go into combat training and probably the Iraq deployment. So I'm going to put that up to chat. So Young Onarch says, "You experienced a whole plethora of emotions." Indeed, I did. Christian Lara says, "The laws aren't just against Yakuza members, but ordinary citizens that formerly dealt with Yakuza. They impose imprisonment and fines." True. Japanese police, they will look the other way, but if you get caught, they don't fuck around. Red Rover, Connor, bring Connor-san on over. True. It worked really well, but could never be enacted in the US for obvious reasons. True. Keycode says, "Nope, I'm at work. Stay for the next 8 hours." Got you. Patriarch says, "Fuck content." Dice5 says, "Fuck content." And he says, "More." Jonah Zilla says, honestly, Sacred Snow says story time. This stream is cinema. Okay. I'm good with either. Fuck content, fuck content, fuck content. Okay. So it looks like people, we don't have as many people, but it looks like the people who are here want this. So we're just going to keep going with this. Okay. We're just going to keep going with this. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your spiritual support. I appreciate it. So, anyways, I get to Okinawa, crazy sex trafficking stuff going on. Some people are marrying random Filipino girls from poor islands. Some people are going to a place called Chi-Chi's. I'll admit I went to Chi-Chi's a few times. That was a exotic dancers club where the exotic dancers were athletes. Okay. The exotic dancers were ballerinas and the exotic dancers were gymnasts. And so I cannot draw this on Microsoft Paint. That would be crazy. But they were extremely talented and they recruited their women from Brazil. So let's just say there were some pretty people who worked there. There were some very pretty people who worked there. And I actually did go on a date with one. It was a terrible date. I totally fucked it up. We did have fun as a item for a little bit, but the date was a mess because she only spoke Portuguese. She only spoke Portuguese, and I only spoke English. So, that relationship did not last very long, but I did get a date with a Brazilian woman who worked at Chi-Chi's. I'm saying that with a mix of shame and pride. Anyways, so I get told I'm deploying. I go link up with CLB4, Combat Logistics Battalion 4. And yeah. So I get linked up with Combat Logistics Battalion 4. We start training for deployment. We get ready. We get ready for deployment, and there is some crazy shit that happens here that I'll tell you about, okay? So while we're getting ready for training, it's 100 degrees in Japan, all right? It's 100 degrees, and it's like 400% humidity. You think Florida is hot? You think Florida is humid? Okinawa, I swear to God, is like 2 to 3 times worse. I come to Florida, and I can breathe clear and easy compared to the way that I can breathe in Okinawa. It is hot and humid and fucking miserable. So we go shooting, and a problem is that they don't lube the guns. They don't put CLP on the guns. And so what happens is we're firing dry guns, which means that they heat super easily. And we're trying to get a battalion through marksmanship training where we're doing short range marksmanship training, which is effectively turn and shoot a couple. You're wearing body armor. You have to reload your guns. You have to do this. You have to do that. And so you turn, you shoot like 3 rounds. You go back to your down position. You turn, you shoot 3 rounds. You go back to your down position. You turn the other way, you turn to the left, and you do that a few times. You turn to the right, you do that a few times. You do a reverse where you're facing one direction and then you pivot in 180 degrees, bring your rifle up, and then tag the target a bunch of times. And so we're doing this stuff, but we are shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, foot to foot, and the guns are not lubricated. And so what ends up happening is we have cook-offs, okay? What a cook-off is the gun is so hot that the bolt is heating up the propellant of the round so hard that the gun goes off randomly. It doesn't matter if you're unsafe. It doesn't matter if you take a break. Well, actually, it kind of does matter if you take a break. But it doesn't matter if you're unsafe. It does matter if you're pointed in the right direction. The gun is going off. And so we're doing this thing. If we were being safe, they would have said, okay, we're having rounds cook off. Let's chill the fuck out for a minute and slow down how many people we have on the range so we can do this safely. But they're not like that. They force us to continue while rounds are cooking off. And so we're face to the right. We're in a conga line with our rifles pointed between each other's legs, and there's bullets going off and shooting in between Marines' legs. This is not safe. And we're telling the range staff, this is not safe. And they're like, who gives a fuck? Keep it rolling. We got to get this done. So if a round goes off between people's legs, and if they had been bringing their weapon up in order to shoot, and they had swept their rifle past somebody's leg when a bullet had gone off, they would have shot somebody in the fucking leg. I was so pissed when this was happening. I was beyond furious. I was like, somebody is going to get injured or killed. And Marines are normally like super paranoid, super about safety, super about gun safety, super about this, super about that. And so the fact that our leadership was forcing us to go through this giga dangerous training cycle pissed me the fuck off to no end. And what ended up happening that pissed me off even more was we're shooting. There's rounds cooking off. We need to get through the training cycle, whatever. And then bullet casings are flying into your neighbor. So bullet casings are cooking out of the gun and they're flying into our armor and they're landing in our armor. And so they're burning our skin with spent shell casings. And I actually get a shell casing to the neck and it catches in my flak jacket, my body armor, and it burns a perfect 5.56 casing into the side of my neck. And I'm like, you know what? This hurts a lot. It's also pretty cool. I had a perfect 5.56 round burned to the side of my neck for a week. And so what ends up happening is somebody freaks the fuck out. They step forward of the line, meaning that if somebody else had shot, they would have gotten killed. They freaked out and they flagged the entire line where they were basically like, and so they were grabbing at their flak jacket, trying to get the burning casings out of their flak jacket. Sorry, 1 second. No offense, because they were a fucking pussy. And they flagged me. I saw the barrel of the weapon come up and rotate past my eye level. And I had probably like an eighth of a second, maybe of a quarter of a second of being like, this is how I die. This is how I die. The rifle spinning at the exact level height where I can look down the barrel, a round is going to cook off and hit me right in the face. And I'm going to die right here like a dumbass. I'm going to, Marine killed in training accident in Okinawa, Japan. That was me. I was going to be the headline. And luckily for me, even though I had this adrenaline out moment where I'm staring down the barrel of a gun, it doesn't go off. And so they grab that guy, they yank him off the line, they scream at him, they make him do a whole bunch of PT and IT in order to fuck him up. I don't die, we live. Connor, did you survive? Yes, I survived, luckily. But I'm pissed, man. And that was like one of the times, because there's probably 2 or 3 times that I either almost got severely injured and or killed, and that was one of them. So anyways, we go to 29 Palms, California for Mojave Viper. Okay, so we're done training in Okinawa, Japan. We go to Mojave Viper, which is the combat school before you deploy. And I'm not going to lie, that was some of the worst weather and the best training I ever received. So not only did we effectively do combat training again, but we also did Mount Town, movement through obstacles in urban terrain. Let me check and see if that's what Mount stands for. I know it's urban terrain, but I want to know what the Mount acronym. Military operations in urban terrain. Yeah, so we did a Mount Town, which is basically like a fake city. And so we cleared rooms, we threw freight grenades, we did force-on-force actions, we did convoy operations, we got to use radios, we called in airstrikes, digital airstrikes. It was in a simulator, but we got to call in airstrikes. We did all sorts of crazy shit getting ready for Iraq. In our security platoon, or our security company, excuse me, we had 100 Marines who were taken from all MOSs, and they were security. And so they basically went to a school of infantry in 29 Palms, California, getting ready for the deployment. And they did a bunch of grunt shit. And I had friends in there, and they got some of the coolest training I've ever heard of. Just like room clearing out the ass, shoot. I don't think they got shoot, no shoot. They might have gotten shoot, no shoot, but they got like decision-making shooting scenarios. They got, we trained on how to take in EPWs, enemy prisoners of war. I'm trying to think of what else, but basically it was awesome. Like we got to move, shoot, and communicate. We got to move, shoot, and communicate for like 60 days. It was fucking phenomenal training. I loved Mojave Viper. It was so hot. It was so miserable. We were so dehydrated. The cans, we slept in aluminum cans. The cans were so hot, like physically fucking miserable. Still some of the best training of my life. I knew he had plot armor. Yeah. Did I ever get got by the God gun? No. But I do have a funny story about the goat. I can tell you about the goat. So let me tell you about the goat real quick. All right. The goat is a classic. So have you guys ever seen the classic 2000s film Waiting? Have you seen the movie about the restaurant industry? I'm going to pull up the trailer. It's an excellent film. And so the trailer for a bunch of DGG traders. You're gonna go watch Steven play fucking video games instead of listen to me talk about the Marine Corps. Not a bunch of you. It was only a few of you, but still, we had like 3 or 4 DGG traders who didn't want to hear about military stories. They wanted to go watch Destiny play video games. Oh, although I do guess it's the Virginia Tech thing. Okay. Trailer for Waiting. We'll watch the Destiny content tomorrow. So Waiting it's about like the restaurant industry. And in the restaurant industry, they have a penis showing game. So basically, you move your dick and balls into a weird shape. You show it to another kitchen crew member. And if they look at it, you call them gay and you kick them in the ass. Okay. That's the dick and penis game. And this came out in 2005. And not only that, the Marine Corps is already kind of homophobic and homoerotic at the same time. It is both a homophobic and homoerotic place. And so what ends up happening is there's a move called the goat. I'll use sanitized terms, okay? And the goat is where you take your twig and berries and you tuck it between your legs, and then you flex your legs together, and then you bend over. And so that's the goat. And and then there's the brain, and the brain is where you flip your twig over to the side, you grab your berries, and you kind of pressure them with your hand so it looks like a human brain. And so all the way back in combat school, okay, this is like a year before, okay? I know it's very gay, all right? Let me get through the story. So listen, it was the thousands. Sexual assault was just a thing, okay? It's just a thing we did. We thought it was funny, all right? So listen, what's a little bit of sexual harassment between friends, all right? So what ends up happening is it's after combat school. I'm going to my schoolhouse to learn how to be a supply admin guy. And I'm standing by at Camp Guard. We basically just guard the base. We guard the Beirut, Lebanon Memorial because that had been vandalized a few times. Weirdly enough, ask me about Beirut, Lebanon one time. I met a guy. There was a barracks bombing. There was a jihadist terrorist who blew up the barracks in Beirut, Lebanon, and it killed 300 people. I met a Marine within the past year who was a part of my father-in-law's drug treatment facility who survived the barracks bombing. So guarding the Beirut, Lebanon bombing memorial as a child, not a child, but as a 19-year-old, and then meeting a guy who survived the Beirut, Lebanon bombing was fucking crazy. Tell me about Beirut, Lebanon. We'll do that in a second. Let me tell you about the brain and the goat first, okay? So I'm asleep, all right? We're only getting 5 or 6 hours of sleep. Camp Guard is a pain in the ass. I hate it. I'm just getting through it. And I keep hearing the king, who I've known since boot camp. We went to boot camp together. We went to combat school together. We went to Camp Guard together. So I hear King walking around, and I just keep hearing people. He's like, hey, you got to piss? Like he's just like shaking random people as I'm falling asleep. He's shaking random people, and he's going like, hey, you got to piss? And then I hear them screaming, uh, like immediately afterwards, right? And I'm like, that's fucked up. That's weird. King's being a douchebag. Like we hated each other. King and I were brothers, but we actually hated each other. We did not like each other. But when you're with somebody for like 6 months, you develop a fraternal bond. And so, anyways, he's walking around with his red flashlight because red flashlights preserve night vision. And so he shakes me on the shoulder and he's like, hey, man, wake up, wake up. You got to piss? And so I turn around in my bunk and he's got his flashlight shining at his junk, and it's the brain. he's, he's holding his berries so aggressively that it looks like a veiny, blood-filled human brain. And of course I scream like, gross, like get that shit out of my face, right? And so he's like, you faggot. and then he kicks me in the ass, calls me gay. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. I got to piss. So I'm going to piss and I'm going to get him back. And so he leaves and he starts walking through a different part of the squad bay where we actually have doors in the squad bay. So he leaves into a different part of the squad bay so he can't see me. And so what I do is I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get him back. And so I go to the bathroom and I use the bathroom, but then I come back out into the hallway and I do the goat. So I bend over, I stuff my twig and berries between my legs, I close my legs, and I just bend over and I sit there. And I swear to God, I'm there for like 10 minutes. Okay. I'm just sitting there and I'm like, there's nothing to do. I don't have a cell phone. I don't have a girlfriend anymore. My girlfriend's probably dating one of my friends. I'm in this, schoolhouse. I'm fucking miserable. This guy just showed me his berries. What the hell, right? Okay. Sorry for using the F slur. All right. But that is what he called me. Put it in quotations. Take it up with King. Okay. King's the homophobic one, not me. And so what ends up happening is eventually, okay, I hear him like walking through the squad bay again. And it's been about 10 minutes. All right. Me just sitting in the dark in a hallway doing the goat. And then I feel the beam of the red light coming up and hitting my legs and going up my legs until it eventually gets to the right spot. And then he goes, the goat. And so I called him gay and I kicked him in the butt. All right. Anyways, that was the that was the brain and the goat story. Okay. So let's talk about Beirut, Lebanon. Okay. Yeah, lovingly remember. Yeah, I do. I also remember Pat, the guy that I got in trouble with in high school. He goaded me when I was working at Mellow Mushroom Pizzeria. There's 2 Mellow Mushroom Pizzerias in Orlando. We were working at one of them in high school. And he said, hey, man, I need help with something in dry storage. And so I'm like, there's nothing heavy enough in dry storage that Pat would need help with. What the fuck? And so I turned the corner and he goaded me. Now, I can't remember exactly what the goat looks like. The memory has faded from my brain, but I can remember an approximation of what Pat's goat looked like. Yeah, then he called me gay and then he kicked me. Now, Pat, funny story, okay? I mentioned how sexual harassment was just a thing in the thousands and how it was funny. And everybody just thought it was funny at the time. So Pat almost got fired, okay? Pat almost got fired. And the way he almost got fired was he was really good friends with a manager named Jen, okay? And Jen was a grown-ass woman to us. She was like 25. She had her shit together. She was a manager of the restaurant. She'd already been to college. She'd done this, she'd done that. And we're like 17 or like 18 at the time. Like maybe we had just turned 18. And so doing it to guys, sexually harassing guys is not a big deal. Nobody gives a shit. Everybody laughs. It's funny. They call you gay. They kick you in the ass, right? Pat McDonald, a 17-year-old boy, brained Jen, his manager. He said, "Hey, Jen, I need help with the potatoes." And she's like, "What? Why do you need help with the potatoes?" And then she walks over and he pulls the bag of potatoes away and he brains her. You can't do that to a female. You can't do that to a manager. It was the craziest shit. And so, yeah, these potatoes got them. So, dude, so you can't do that. So it was actually like a spiritual journey in the restaurant for 24 hours, whether or not Pat was going to get fired. And then ultimately they didn't fire Pat. But that was still like, that was crazy. Oh, please tell me he kicked her. No, I don't know. I think he was in so much trouble and he knew he was in so much trouble that he didn't kick her. Sacred Snow says, "How could AF possibly think you hate the gays while you fondly remember the weird shape of your friend's potatoes?" Yeah, bro. All right. Anyways. All right. So we've gotten on like, I don't know what is this, like a 20-minute segue about homoerotic, homophobic jokes. Okay, that was obviously a thing. I got more stories, but let's go to Beirut, Lebanon, because that's more serious. So Beirut, Lebanon. Okay. So in the 1980s, the Lebanon dissolved into civil war. For those of you who don't know, I think there's a population that's Sunni. I think there's a population that's Shia. I think there was a part of the population that was Jewish. And I think there's a part that was Christian. Well, what ended up happening was the Muslims got a little uppity in the 1980s, and they kind of kicked off a civil war, multi-sectarian civil war between the Sunni, the Shia, the Christians, and the Jews. And it was like a 4-way tribal civil war. And it got bad. It was like really bloody. It was really bad. And so the United States, under Ronald Reagan, dispatched a peacekeeping force, but that peacekeeping force didn't have really good rules of engagement or really good guidance on what they were doing there. So 90% of the time, the peacekeeping force dispatched by the United States just sat in the barracks. They didn't really do anything. And the few times that they went out on town, they got into gunfights. If I get this part of the story wrong, then my bad. I'm telling it off of the dome, okay? So what ended up happening was the precursor to Hezbollah. Hezbollah was not a thing at the time, but there were jihadist militants who went on to form Hezbollah later on. And so what they did is they convinced a suicide bomber in order to charge the barracks with a large truck and detonate and kill all of the international peacekeepers who were in that barracks. And I think it killed 241. I think it was like around 100 Marines, 100 naval guys, and there were like a few international peacekeepers who got killed. But it killed like between 200 and 300 people. The bomb was so big, it destroyed like 2 buildings. And so what my friend, because I was guarding the Beirut, Lebanon Memorial in North Carolina because it had been vandalized a few times. So I had a radio. I was looking at the black marble literally for 6 hours a day. I was just staring at the black marble. I was looking at all the names of the dead people. And I was just thinking to myself, it's like, these were kids just like me, 18 to 22-year-old kids, just like me. And they thought that they were going to go out and have a crazy adventure and that they were going to deploy overseas and they were going to kill people. And maybe some of their friends would get killed, but they would come back and they would have all these badass war stories and this, that, the other. And what happened instead is they got deployed overseas. They had dog shit. They had dog shit rules of engagement, and they got smoked before they even saw a battle. And so I was thinking to myself about the dark reality of that experience of anybody who joins the military and enjoys the military. They want to have a heroic story. They want to have a cool story. They want to have a badass story. And so getting smoked before you even get to do anything sucks. And so I was empathizing and sympathizing with these Marines for hours at a time. There's nothing better to do but to stare at the black marble and just think about, these poor bastards who had gotten killed in a very unheroic way, I guess. And so I met a guy. So I think I've told you, my father-in-law, my stepfather-in-law, he runs my wife's stepfather. He runs a 2-year drug treatment program that basically forces drug addicts and alcoholics in order to live in basically barracks housing, get a job, stay sober and clean for 2 years, and also reconnect with your family and rebuild your relationships. And so I met a guy named there. His name's Aaron. Aaron, the brother of Moses. That's how he introduced himself. And he's a religious guy and he's doing good in the program. And I've known him for like a year and a half, 2 years now. And he says, I was a Marine. I was deployed to, Lebanon. I was a part of the bombing and I survived and I drank my survivor's guilt for decades. And so what he said happened was he was walking like into his barracks, because barracks are kind of built similar. They're just rooms with multiple people in them. He was walking towards the wall where the bomb was. The bomb goes off and he doesn't even have time to process the sound before he effectively sees a shockwave make the wall that he's walking towards powder. Like the wall becomes powder in front of him. And then he's subsumed into the blast, shot into oblivion. He's unconscious. He's shot into the black, shot into the void, no conscious thought. And he was in the rubble for 21 hours. And he woke up 3 or 4 times throughout that in such extreme pain that he passed back out. And that's because he was crushed under rubble. And so effectively, his experience, now the other experience of other men who underwent that was probably that happened to him. Maybe they saw it, maybe they didn't, maybe they heard it, maybe they didn't. But effectively, they were flung out into oblivion instantaneously, close to instantaneously. And even if they survived, which Aaron survived, basically what happened was they were unconscious almost instantaneously, woke up 2 or 3 times in such pain that he passed out again. And then he was eventually excavated from the rubble and saved. And he hasn't made a full recovery, by the way. Like his bones and arms and ribs and shit were like shattered. So he had to, do physical rehab in order to be able to walk again. And then psychologically, he's never recovered because he was just some random Alabama boy who joined the Marine Corps looking for an adventure. And then that's what happened to him. And so, yeah, that was heavy shit. I was proud and happy that he shared that story with me. I was kind of proud and happy that I lived long enough to hear him tell me that story. And it's simultaneously like a sense of honor and a sense of tragedy that I spent my formative years as a Marine, as a 19-year-old Marine, guarding the memorial to his dead friends. Like I am simultaneously honored and filled with sadness. So I feel all sorts of shit about that. But I love Aaron. Aaron's, I consider him, he's not a friend. He's a brother, right? So, Connor, I'm sorry that happened to you, man. Wait, what are we talking about? Just God here? No, we were talking about my friend Aaron, who survived the Beirut, Lebanon bombing. This is not me. This is my friend Aaron. So Connor guarded the monument that this buddy was a part of. Yep. Sounds like a canon event. Yep. So anyways, that was Aaron. That was my dick and balls story. So let's move on from dick and balls and let's move on from Beirut, Lebanon. But weirdly enough, Osama bin Laden cited American intervention in Lebanon, backing the 7th Fleet, the American 7th Fleet, covering the Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon as one of the reasons why he did 9/11. So it's not random. It is a canon event. The civil war in Lebanon is part of what inspired Osama bin Laden to do 9/11, and then 9/11 was one of the things that inspired me to join the service. So if you look at the chain of causality, the Beirut Lebanon Memorial caused jihadist terrorism. Jihadist terrorism caused the USS Cole, the 91 World Trade Center bombing, and the 2001 World Trade Center bombing. And then the war on terror was almost the direct result and indirect result of that. So, anyways, Osama bin Laden's an asshole, is my main point with saying all that. Islamic Jihad trained IRGC. I'm not surprised. So, yeah, apparently Clinton had a shot or two at bin Laden where he could have taken out bin Laden, and he just didn't. He was like, no, I don't want to cause an international incident. So he didn't. But then as a result of that, Al-Qaeda did what it did. Allegedly. I wasn't there. I wasn't in the meeting. Allegedly. So anyways, the way that my generation, because bear in mind, we saw 2001. Okay. We saw 2001. We saw 9/11. We saw the terror attacks, and Afghanistan was perfectly justified for my entire generation. Nobody gives a fuck about Afghanistan. Okay. Nobody who's over the age of 35 gives two shits about the war in Afghanistan. And the reason why is because we only lost like a few thousand troops. I think the total amount of dead was only a few thousand. It was like 2,000 or 3,000. And then realistically, we were apart. Afghanistan, ISAF, and U.S. war casualties. Coalition losses. We lost 3,621 coalition deaths in Afghanistan through 2021. Okay. And we had 20,000 wounded. So realistically, Afghanistan was a small conflict. Iraq was a bigger conflict because we effectively took over a much more oil-rich, much more centrally located, much more easy to get to as a jihadist. If you're a Middle Eastern or North African jihadist, all you had to do was hop in your car and drive to Iraq, and you could fight Americans. So if you wanted to fight Americans, Iraq was the place to do it. And so what happened was we had the 2003 invasion, which I did not think was going to happen, but we had the thing about weapons of mass destruction. And you guys have heard me talk about the Rigel Report a whole bunch of times. I've talked about the Rigel Report a billion times. The United States in the 1980s, to make sure that Iraq did not fall during the Iran-Iraq war, we sold Iraq the precursors for anthrax, botulism, and VX gas, which is all bad shit. Those are all weapons of mass destruction. And the CIA helped Iraq target those weapons of mass destruction against Iranian forces so that Iraq would not lose and then Saudi Arabia wouldn't be destabilized. That's what we did in the 80s. Then in the 90s, we fought the Persian Gulf War in order to kick Iraq out of Kuwait. And then through the 90s, up through 2003, we enforced a no-fly zone where Iraqi military aircraft were not allowed to fly in the north to bomb the Kurds, and they were not allowed to fly in the south in order to bomb the Shia. And so we effectively kept Iraq in a sanctions, diplomatic, and military glass jar for a decade before we invaded. So Colin Powell, Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, and a few other people effectively say Iraq's got to go. It's got to go for the geopolitical interests of the United States. It's got to go for Saudi Arabia's geopolitical interest. It's got to go for Israel's interest. It's got to go. So they take the weapons of mass destruction because everybody was super paranoid in 2001 about future terrorist attacks. They were effectively telling the American people that if you don't let us depose Saddam Hussein is such a crazy piece of shit, which he was, but he was a self-interested piece of shit. But Saddam Hussein is such a crazy piece of shit. He's going to give a dirty bomb or a nuke or VX gas or anthrax or any of the botulism, and he's going to do a biological terror attack against the United States of America. We have to invade. And so without sanction from the UN, the United States invades. And I'll tell you, the conservatives did not give a fuck. We didn't care if Saddam was related to Al-Qaeda. We didn't care if Al-Qaeda in Iraq had a direct connection to Saddam Hussein. We didn't care if the weapons of mass destruction were old, new, used, whatever. We didn't care. We're just ready for blood. Afghanistan was not enough. So Iraq kind of became like the sacrificial bloodbath for America's bloodlust after 9/11. And so while half of the population, if you look at the news reporting from back then, a lot of the news reporting was cheering on the Iraq war for like the first year. And then they all started criticizing the Iraq war. Half of the population legitimately didn't give a shit. And the reason why they didn't give a shit, it did cost a lot of money. It did cost a lot of blood. It caused a quagmire in the Middle East and North Africa. It arguably killed hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. The war on terror did kill around 10,000 American service members and probably tens of thousands of international coalition folks. It also probably wounded tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. But realistically, we just wanted to fight jihadists. We didn't care where they were. They could be in Pakistan. They could be in Iran. They could be in Iraq. They could be in Egypt. They could be in Yemen. We didn't care. We wanted to hunt them down and kill them. And the war was not going to end until Osama bin Laden was dead. That was the attitude. That was the attitude. Now, there were a bunch of pussies who didn't want to be in Iraq, and they thought that it was a distraction from Afghanistan. And in retrospect, I kind of agree with them. I kind of think that Iraq was a distraction. We should have solved it through diplomatic means and local regional partners. And if we had just invaded Afghanistan and then eventually killed Osama bin Laden, I think people would look at the war on terror a lot differently. But because we invaded Iraq, because it cost so much blood, because it cost so much treasure, because so many innocent people were killed, they view Iraq differently. Numinax for 10 says Republican voted for Iraq invasion was 98% despite lack of connection to 9/11. Yeah, and I'm not blaming anybody for that. I think it was a neoconservative war hawk position that deposing Saddam Hussein would revitalize and restabilize the region, which is either a woefully naive and stupid perspective, or they didn't actually believe that. They just wanted to reform the Middle East and North Africa into their own image. So either way, we invaded because neocons wanted to reshape the Middle East and North Africa. Whether they did so idealistically or whether they did so cynically, I don't think ultimately matters. So somebody said, they said some FBI, CIA thing. Senbati says, I thought the CIA, FBI, and maybe the FAA all got pings about the perps, but they didn't communicate it to one another. Am I missing more? No, that's true. That's true. Republicans didn't care. I'm shocked. I know, right? I know. Conservative liberalism says, without getting into the nitty gritty of how the CIA versus FBI turf war was shaking out, which is different rabbit hole entirely. Yeah. Basically, if I understand this correctly, the CIA knew that there were jihadists who were inside the United States, and then they stopped tracking them when they came into the United States, and they might have told like one guy. They were like, hey, just to let you know, these guys are in the country and they're kind of assholes. And then they stopped watching them. And then the FBI didn't pick up the baton, and then the FBI didn't watch them while they were in the country. And so as a result, those people who were suspected of being jihadist terrorists just got to operate within the United States without any kind of scrutiny for years. So Saddam was a problem, but the invasion was built upon a lie, which did generational damage. True. It really did. It really did. This is why lie hop people don't point at the Project for a New American Century. It's maybe a bit tinfoil, but hard to shame them. No, they're right. The people who are criticizing neoconservatives for being bloodthirsty war hawks who use the war on terror as a way to get into Iraq, they're fundamentally correct. They're totally correct. The question is whether or not you think it's a good thing or whether or not you think it's like geopolitically necessary. And that is where the crux of the argument should be, because for people who understand history, like all of 20th century history, you kind of have a chain of causality stretching all the way back to the discovery of oil in the Middle East and North Africa. Whereas if you're totally ignorant about Middle Eastern and North African politics and the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the nationalism that came afterwards, and the recentering of the Middle East and North Africa during the Cold War as the world's energy reserve, then it just sounds like a bunch of dickheads fighting over oil. But oil's important. So that's where it kind of seems silly to me. Anyways, getting into going to Iraq, okay? So once you know that you're going, let's just say that you take risky behavior. your willingness to drink alcohol, your willingness to get tattoos, your willingness to engage with women of loose moral character increases substantively because you expect to get severely injured or killed. You know that it's statistically rare. I knew that it was statistically rare. I knew that my friends knew that it was statistically rare. Everybody knew that there were 250,000 people deployed in the war on terror, and 10,000 of them died. And the 250,000 people got rotated every year, 7 months for Marines, year and a half for Army. So realistically, we knew that our chances of getting killed in combat, killed by artillery strikes, killed by mortar fire, killed by IEDs, we knew that the statistics were rare. And yet, every single one of us had a mentor who had been in the shit, seen the shit, done the shit. I had Pogue mentors who had smoked people. I had Pogue mentors who had friends die. I had Pogue mentors who, their people in their units got like severely wounded around them. And so as a result, if you were like a perfectly moral person, this is why whenever somebody gets like judgy about the abhorrent moral behavior of military service members, I call them pussies. The reason why is because I think it's easy to throw stones and criticize the moral behavior of military service members when you don't feel the risk instinctively or emotionally. And you can appeal to statistics in order to say, oh, well, the chances of you dying or getting injured are super low, so who gives a shit? But when you're actually a part of the culture, when you're trained in order to execute violence, when you're trained in order to do have violence perpetuated against you, and then to respond, it's a totally different psychology. Newmanak says, do you remember the one Pentagon official that tried to explain the leadership wanted the entire Middle East destabilized? Who was that? Was it like a general or something? I don't remember. I would take everybody who thought like, oh, they wanted the Middle East to be terrible. I would take those people with a grain of salt. However, I would not be surprised if the neoconservatives genuinely thought that they were going to be able to, quote unquote, destabilize Iraq, but then they were going to be able to nation build from Iraq into other places in the Middle East and North Africa. That's entirely dependent on the year you deployed to Iraq. Fuck statistics. Agreed. Big in Gaming says, what's interesting is that apparently the lie about WMDs in Iraq was being said by Democrats and Republicans alike. There was a letter by Democrats to President Clinton talking about the WMDs. Yeah, no, Hillary Clinton was a hawk. Hillary Clinton loved the Iraq war. She thought it was awesome. Hillary Clinton, that's part, to be honest, I think that's part of the reason why she lost. Part of the reason why she lost was because after the war on terror, she became a critic of the war on terror. But during the war on terror, she was one of the most hawkish people around. She was also one of the most hawkish people in the Obama admin. You know, she was for the destabilization of Libya and the elimination of Muammar Gaddafi. So, yeah, like I think that's part of the reason why Hillary Clinton lost twice is because she was viewed as a hypocritical war hawk. But that's neither here nor there. So anyways, so you get scared. You get angry. And your anger and your fear turns into alcoholism, lustful behavior, and tattoos. That's how that emanates in young men and women aged 18 to 22. That's how they conduct themselves. They get drunk, they get laid, they get tattoos. That's what they do. And so that's what we did up until deployment. We just focused on that, and we did that. And we arguably had a really fantastic and really terrible time right before deployment. And so we deploy. Fuck it. We're going to go for the full 5 hours. It's going to be a full 5 hours of Counterpoint's story time. And so we deploy, and it's a really interesting deployment. So we go from Okinawa to Thailand. And going to Thailand, we're not there for very long. We don't have any time to find Katoi lady boys. We don't have any time to get drunk. We don't have any time for sex tourism. We don't have any time for anything. We literally get off the plane, take our bags, load it into a new plane, and we're doing the loading. I was in the belly of 747, physically loading 100-pound bags for like 2 hours, sweating my ass off. Maybe I didn't do that in Thailand. I did that in Kuwait. So I get to Kuwait after Thailand. It's like a 20-hour flight, man. And when you get up to take a piss and you look at your... Can you guys still hear me? My dog just pressed the button and I don't know if it ruined anything. So please tell me if you can still hear me. But when you're traveling and you're flying overseas to a deployment zone, to a war zone, and you don't know if you're looking at the last weeks of your life on Earth or the last days or hours, I kind of stared at myself in the mirror a few times and I'm like, oh my God, this is fucking crazy. I'm in a tin can doing 500 miles an hour through Asia in order to get to a war zone so I can be some dickhead who gets chopped up by like mortar fire and artillery fire. What the fuck am I doing? And you kind of stand there and stare at yourself and you're like, was this the best course of action? Like, was this when your recruiter is selling you, traveling the world and women are going to love you and, you're going to be able to get drunk with the boys and you're going to have a crazy job and you're going to do this and you're going to do that. They don't really sell you the existential crisis. They don't really sell you the fear, right? That's more of like a secondary thing that they tell you about. So we arrive in Kuwait. It is 104 degrees at 2 a.m. I want you to think about that. It is the coldest that it will be in the next 24 hours in Kuwait, and it is 104 degrees. It feels, because I've been to Texas and I've been in 100-degree weather before, it feels like you step off the plane and somebody takes a blow dryer and they are just blasting you in the face with a blow dryer. That's what it feels like. And that feeling just never goes away. Okay. You're just walking around in God's blow dryer and you just have to pound water and try not to pass out. That's what you do until your body gets used to it. And so that's what we do. We get there, 100-degree in freedom units, true, like 40 degrees in non-freedom units. So anyways, we get there, it's hot as hell. We get a video briefing. The video briefing is like, hey, you're not in Kansas anymore. As soon as we do one more flight, you're in Iraq, people will be trying to kill you. You need to wake up. You need to put your head on a swivel. Holy shit. Talk about like serious like video briefing. I think we stay for a day or two, and then we catch a C-130 into Iraq. We fly into Al-Assad Air Base, which is the biggest base in Iraq. That's going to be my home for the next 7 months. And when I was a kid, I used to ask my parents, because I was kind of an idiot. When I was a kid, we used to fly to Europe. And when you're flying like a 747, the really big ones, you're so high up in the air that the 747s basically do circles around the airport in order to slow down and in order to lose altitude before they do a landing. And I was like, that's so stupid. Why don't they just do like a 45-degree angle straight towards the landing strip? That would be sick. I would love that. I'm like 8 years old and I'm begging my parents and the pilot for like a combat landing. And so I learn why they don't do a combat landing from the C-130, because even though Al-Assad is probably the safest base in Iraq, we don't know if there could be people with rocket-propelled grenades or people with some old Stinger missiles from the Afghan war. And so what we do is a 45-degree angle straight into the airfield. So all that happens is the C-130, because I was on a C-130 in order to fly into Iraq, you're just flying straight, and then all of a sudden you just go, yoink. And like you kind of hear, like, the flaps are on. They slow down on the throttle, but you still hear the whine of the plane picking up a little bit of momentum from being at a 45-degree angle. And you're just like, the pilot knows what he's doing, but I don't know what he's doing. So what if the pilot passes out and he just never pulls up and then we just do a 45-degree angle into the ground? That's not how I want to die, right? I don't want to die not knowing if we're going to land safely and then doing 45-degree angle into the ground. So I'm just thinking that as we're, doing a combat landing into Al Assad. And then luckily the pilot does pull up. And so the pilot pulls up, we land, we're off. It's as hot as it is in Iraq as it is in, it is as hot in Iraq as it is in Kuwait. And that's pretty much it. So yeah. What if the pilot forgets how to fly? Yeah. All these things are like pop into your head because you're looking for the thing that's going to kill you, right? You're looking for the thing that's going to kill you. And you kind of know that the thing that's going to kill you, you might not have time to react. And so that's kind of the psychology of it. But listen, guys, listen. Steven's live. He's doing Virginia Tech. We've had 50 to 70 people all day. So I parasocially love you and thank you for being here. I will tell you Iraq stuff. But I gave you so much today. I kind of want you to bask in the sauces, the experiential sauce of this experience. And bear in mind, I could have stopped at the boot camp stuff and I could have told you half a dozen to a dozen crazy stories from boot camp of people getting fucked up or sand fleas or getting pitted or getting screamed at or pull-ups or running or screaming or crying or silly ways that we got physically fucked up. I could have turned the boot camp story into another hour and easily. And then for combat training, same thing. Combat training, I could have turned into another hour. I could have done 2 hours on military marksmanship easily. So telling you guys 4.5 hours of military related experiential content is actually, we could have made this 10, So hold on. Let me check in with the super chats real quick though, because I want to thank everybody because despite having low viewership, we had insane support. So Numanex, thank you for the super chat. Grassroots Hegemon, thank you for 2 super chats totaling $70. Thank you to Test Dummy Human for $50. Thank you to Grassroots for another 10. Thank you to Gen X for 5. Thank you to Christian Valeris for 100. Thank you to Test Dummy Human for renewing your membership. Grassroots for 20. Numanex for 20. Gen X for 10. Grassroots for 20. It's just Avi for 5. And then Grassroots with 20 gifted memberships. Seriously. Saving it for another stream. Yeah, we'll do it next week. If you guys had fun, I had fun. And I don't know if I'm going to turn this into a VOD. I don't know if I'm going to post this to the main channel because I think I would be upset if I posted my life story and it got 300 views. I think I would be upset. So I don't know if I would do that. But I'm probably going to leave this VOD up. And we'll probably do this again maybe Monday, maybe Monday of next week. And then that way you guys, let's say you're like, God, another Destiny segment. Fuck. Like, if you guys are like that, or let's say you're like, God, another Andrew Wilson segment. Fuck. At least you have 5-hour Monday morning war story time to look forward to. And you can suffer with me through the debate content and you can deeply enjoy the military law enforcement content because bear in mind, we're not done. Okay. We made it to Iraq. I haven't even talked about Iraq. I haven't talked about the geopolitical situation of Iraq. I haven't talked about MRAP technology. I haven't talked to you about the combat scenarios that some of my friends went through in Iraq. I haven't talked about IEDs or EFPs or daisy chains. I haven't talked about Juba, the sniper. I haven't talked about combined arms warfare and maneuver warfare. I haven't talked about Generation Kill and the Special Forces Marine Recon invasion of Iraq. I haven't talked about California or how crazy California was. I haven't talked about like PTSD and all that fucked up shit that kind of fucked me up when I got back from service. So there's plenty of shit to talk about left with the military stuff. And then not just that, but I have an equally insane dip into and dip out of law enforcement. And arguably with law enforcement, I have like more individual stories. With the Marine Corps, I have half a dozen cool, crazy, hardcore, fucked up experiences, but they're mostly in training. And then 2 or 3 of them are in Iraq, but they're kind of pussy compared to what most people did in the Marine Corps, especially if they were infantry, especially if they were like Army infantry, Marine Corps infantry. I'm telling other people's stories for the military. Whereas with law enforcement, I'm telling my stories and maybe a few other people's stories. So yeah, content for days, indeed. Indeed. So let me just check in with you guys a little bit. Sacred Snow says, maybe on the days of we do Valor Reacts, the first half of the stream could be story time. Maybe one of the days you need to dedicate a stream to the vets that were instructors. Yeah. Yeah. I probably would keep it the way that we have it. And I'm just going to do like Monday war story days until I'm out of war stories. And then that way we can kind of have like a chill way to roll into the week. Where are we going to get all the libs who just want to watch debate content? No. Are we going to get all the conservatarians who just want to watch criticism of the far right? No. But are we going to get coggers who are interested in military and law enforcement stuff? Yeah. And the people who were here, I think, enjoyed the content, and the people who were here supported financially. So I can't complain. I can't complain at all. This was as lucrative as a normal day, even though we had half the normal viewership. Connor, got to find more fucks to react to. True. I watched Generation Kill recently. Dude, Generation Kill's phenomenal. We did talk about Juba a bit. Not today, we didn't, but yes, in general, we did. Have a good day, Connor, and chat. See you next time. I'll see you guys at 9:30 a.m. Jonah says, I'm down for Connor lore streams. True. Content for days. True. Let's go Monday lore dumps. True. Thank you for your service, my friend. Thank you for listening, Keycode. I appreciate you. It's just obvious says, hey, Connor, what's your favorite gun? I mean, mine's my bolter, obviously. I also like the Origin 12 shotgun. You should Google it. Yeah, I like the Origin 12. The Origin 12 is just a $3,000 bolter. If I get rich, if I tell you that I bought an Origin 12 shotgun, you know that I got rich. Oh, right. And then Short says excited for law enforcement stories. Dude, I got so many crazy cop stories. And they're all super like visceral in my mind because I'm not telling somebody else's stories. I'm telling my stories, and they're all burned into my brain like crazy. Oh shit, I recognize this one, lol. True. Okay. All right, I'm gonna run. Go watch Steven, support him at Virginia Tech, or go find your other favorite streamer. I parasocially love you. Thank you for all the financial support. Thank you for listening to me yap for 4.5 hours. I had a blast. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Bye, guys.